All right. Well, welcome to From the Depths. I have watched gameplay of this for quite a while, and I thought it was finally time for me to play. I used to watch this a long time ago when it first launched with early access and stuff like that with Lathrix. But, yeah. Never played it myself yet. So we are going to attempt. I am also going to be playing it. I will be going through the tutorial here first. But then we will be going through the Neater campaign on the very difficult mode. So, we're going to go through the tutorials first, as I said, learn how to play, because this game has some really intricate components and building, which is part of why I love it. So, for example, this playthrough here of tutorials, all this is only the essentials. Then we have basics, engines, weapons, APS, lasers, missiles, vehicle types, game modes, mechanics, and AI. There's a lot. Now, what I might try and do is go through the basics and essentials and see how well I can do it from there. If we need more in depth, I might pop back in and do the more specific advanced cannons or whatever we're going to do. There's kind of two things I was kind of debating on making, which is either a spaceship or a submarine. And I'm not exactly sure what I want to do for it yet. I like the missiles, but from what I remember, missiles cost a lot. So, we'll find out. So let's go through basic training.
Welcome to basic training, soldier. Unfortunately, there is no time to delay as enemy forces are approaching. We're going to get you acclimatized to your camera, familiarize you with the weapon control of this forward operation base, and have you defend it from the incoming Deepwater Guard Air Force. Press W to move forwards. Press S to move backwards. Press space to lift the camera. Master the camera controls. Press tab or left click on the outpost to switch to construct control camera. In construct control mode, your camera orbits the construct. You can drive and fire the weapons of the construct from this mode. Driving will be covered in a later tutorial. Multiple camera options can be added and adjusted. Go back to free cam by pressing numpad 0 or tab. The camera has two modes, mouse look and mouse cursor. I've put you into mouse look mode. In mouse look mode, there is no mouse cursor and the camera is directly controlled by moving the mouse. I've put you into mouse cursor mode. In mouse cursor mode, you have a mouse cursor and can interact with the UI. Rotating the camera in mouse cursor mode is done by holding middle mouse button and moving the mouse. You can aim vehicle weapons, pick friendly vehicles to control, and drive friendly vehicles in both modes. You can practice switching between the two modes now. I've put you into mouse look mode. To show the mouse cursor and access lots of different options, you can press mid-mouse. This is also very useful in build mode. Whilst we are here, let's use the extended HUD to pause the game by clicking the pause symbol on the left, or pressing F11. Okay, now we know where these extra options are, let's unpause and continue the tutorial by clicking the icon again, or pressing F11. Okay, let's disable the extended HUD and hide the mouse by pressing middle mouse button once more. Ensure you have selected the AA Fortress Outpost. Click on it to select it, or press numpad 1 or numpad 3. Let's move the pivot point of our camera higher by pressing space. Move it up to be as high as the point indicated by the glowing marker. If you go too high, you can press left Alt to lower the camera. Let's save this new pivot point by pressing Ctrl plus Tab. Don't just press Tab, as that resets the pivot point. You can zoom in and out around the orbit point with scroll up and scroll down. Zoom out to an orbit of 50 meters. You can enter vehicle weapon control mode by pressing right mouse button. Let's test fire the gun. Look out towards the horizon and notice the gun follows you. Press left mouse button to fire the gun. You've mastered the basics just in time. The enemy is approaching
The
from
basics.
east. Let's use the turret on this fort to destroy those aircraft. To kill the planes, we just need to look at one of them. Lock on crosshair will appear, and hold left mouse button. Keep shooting until it's destroyed. You can aim either mouse look or mouse cursor mode. Well done.
Got its wing.
You have learned the basic controls and have fended off the Deepwater Guard attack. This will surely not be the last of them, so we need to get you prepared for battle with your own ship. In the next tutorial, you'll learn about using your deployable Rambot avatar suit.
Alright.
In this tutorial, we introduce the Rambot avatar. He has his own weapons which, along with his life support system, are recharged by Hearthstone blocks. He is usable in most game modes. So the avatar knows where to spawn, we will select the airship by clicking on it and pressing numpad 3 or numpad 1. Spawn the avatar by pressing Shift plus G. In most game modes, he will spawn in the chair of the selected construct. Complete the following steps without falling off the airship or down the ladder into the ammunition storage rooms. Press space to jump up out of the chair. Press W to move forwards. Press S to move backwards. Press A to strafe left. Press D to strafe right. Press space to jump. Master the camera controls. Press tab to switch to free camera. Move the camera 25 meters from your player's body. Press tab again to cycle through the views until you are back in avatar camera. The avatar has a range of weapons he can equip by pressing Z to bring up the character sheet. Do this now. Assign the SMG to the toolbar by clicking the SMG icon, and then clicking on an empty slot in the toolbar. Close the character sheet.
I just want to put all these on.
Use the number keys to equip the SMG. You'll notice your energy level, highlighted in red, is decreasing as you fire your SMG. There is a Hearthstone block on the airship that will recharge your energy level. Without a Hearthstone, you'd never recover this energy. Jump off the airship and into the water.
Alright.
Your avatar will run out of energy when away from a friendly vehicle and will die. Let this happen. You can speed it up by firing the SMG, but below 20% energy, weapons no longer work. You will respawn in the chair of the airship. Press Shift plus G to respawn.
Hey, Void. Good morning.
You can enter vehicle weapon control mode by pressing right mouse button. You will no longer be able to fire your SMG or use other avatar equipment. Let's test fire the gun. Look out towards the front of the airship and notice the big gun follows you. Press left mouse button to fire the gun when it is able to aim. Master the basics just in time. An Onyx watch vessel has been spotted. The
First
enemy
time
is
playing,
approaching
yep.
from the north. Let's use the big gun on this airship to destroy the galleon of the Onyx watch. To kill the galleon, you just need to look at it. A lock-on crosshair will appear, and hold left mouse button. Keep shooting until it's destroyed. Your airship's AI will keep you pointing in roughly the right direction.
I think I'm still aiming at its hull. It's a little hard to tell from this distance, though. Oh, something blew up.
Avatar has the ability to capture enemy vehicles when their AI mainframe is destroyed. Let's see if we can find another enemy vehicle to capture. Oh look, there's one over there.
Oh
Pound
boy,
that
get
galleon until
ready
the
to
AI
be
is
confused
destroyed.
100% of the time, even
Then
when
I will
mastering
command
it.
the
Yeah.
airship to fly over it. I'm marking the location of the AI alien you need to kill. Try to leave something left to capture.
Oh, it bounced actually.
Wait until
Okay.
we are close to the galleon. I have ordered the airship to move above it.
Yeah, I had mentioned this earlier, but I used to, when this game came out,
Jump your avatar down onto the galleon.
I watched
Avatar
Lathrix
will
quite a bit.
automatically capture it as long as the AI is destroyed.
So I'm not
Well done,
super,
you captured it.
like,
Stay
it's
on
not that I
board
know
so your
nothing
energy
about
does
it.
not drop
I know a
further.
little bit, but
Most enemies scuttle
never
their
done
ship
any of the
very
building
quickly,
myself,
so it is
or
tricky to
actually
capture
playing
it,
the game, so
but
this
it
is
can be
new.
worth attempting it. You'll see that your avatar is now attempting to repair the galleon with his repair tentacles. This is another perk of the avatar. Now that the fight is over, we can unspawn our avatar and save it for another day. Remove the avatar by pressing Shift plus G. Well done. You have learned the basic avatar controls and have fended off the Onyx Watch attack. This will surely not be the last of them, so we need to get you prepared for battle with your own ship. In the next tutorial, you'll learn about building a basic boat.
Now that you've learned the basic controls, it is now time to learn how to build a basic boat. This tutorial will cover various systems that have not yet been mentioned, but all that will be explained in detail in later tutorials.
Never seen this
You
tutorial
may
before, so I
notice
guess it's
the
new.
metal in
Yeah.
the platform here. It will be our floor upon which
I'm not sure.
we will build the boat. By the end of this tutorial, you have learned about holding a craft in place, using mirror mode, and constructing the basics of a small missile boat. We're going to do some building now. From the Depths uses a novel, keyboard-based building approach, but it also has the more familiar mouse-based building options as well. We always recommend using keyboard-based building.
Although this isn't part of the campaign, you actually have to go into the menu and select to learn
We're
game
going to swap you into
to show
keyboard-based
this
building
stuff.
now and begin. The instructions will describe everything you need to do to become a master builder. If you cannot manage a step, please press enter to have it auto-complete. The hull. Let's start by building up a watertight hull. We'll construct the sides, front, and rear with some beamed wooden blocks, then add some corners to the front to help shape the boat. Enter build mode by pressing B. Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock. Cycle a central mirror on by pressing Alt-N. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
Yeah. So if I remember,
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing
it's pretty self-explanatory.
E. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position.
Is it,
Rotate the marker.
hold?
Left click
Okay.
to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move
It's
the
gonna get-
marker into position.
Need some time
Left
to
click
get,
to place the block. Open the
get
inventory
used to it.
by pressing E. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker.
Because I've been told to try and use this.
Left click to place the block.
Um,
Left click to place the block.
this build mode,
Pillars and
because
rudder.
apparently
Now
it's
we will
more
place the
effective.
pillars and a rudder onto the
eventually.
hull for propulsion. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
Oh, it looks sideways for
Move
some
the
reason.
marker into into position. Left click to place the block. The wrong block has been placed. We must remove it. Left click to
Oh, it
remove
wants a
the
rudder.
block. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. The air pump. We can make the hull watertight by placing an air pump. This will help keep the boat floating higher. When constructing larger hulls, you may use many of these in compartments of the hull. Left click to place the block. Time to take control. With the basic boat parts constructed, we will place a ship's wheel so that we can control the ship with our avatar. Move the marker into position. Don't forget the chair.
Don't forget the
It's good to
chair.
have a chair available close to the ship's wheel so that you will not be thrown around while in combat. You can press Q on a chair to sit your avatar in that chair. A basic engine. Now we will build a simple engine to power the propellers. We will
Okay.
go over engines in much more depth in future tutorials. Close the inventory by pressing E. Move the marker into position.
Oh, where is my... There it is. It's hiding from me.
Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E.
Okay, so you actually have to do like all the cylinders and injectors and stuff like that separately.
Rotate the marker. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left
There we go.
click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E.
Carburetor.
Select the flashing red block.
Not gonna lie, engines are so hard to understand. I just use steam engines or pre-built. I mean, I have a little bit of knowledge when it comes to like some basic engineering, like very basic, but like for example, I'm assuming we need the carburetor. Wait, we would probably need a crankshaft first. Carburetors with injectors. And then you would need the exhaust pipes off of the carburetor, I'm assuming.
Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker.
Alright. Although it's
Left
been a little
click
while
to
since I've
place
done
the
any of
block.
that stuff.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block. Close the inventory by pressing E. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker.
Okay, theirs is a little different, but
Left click to place the block. Don't forget the fuel. What good is a fuel engine without fuel? Let's place a few fuel tanks to supplement the fuel engine. Select the flashing red block.
fuel storage tank.
Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Close the inventory
Oops.
by pressing E. Rotate the marker.
Oh, once we do
Left
this,
click to place the block. The missile battery. It's time to add weapons. We will build a missile system to provide some armaments for this boat. Missiles are compact and can fit in small designs, so they are excellent here. We will go over missiles in more depth in a future tutorial. Cycle the central mirror off by pressing Alt-N or N. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
So we got the controller, connectors, ejectors. Oh wow, so they have a lot of pre-builts now too. That's cool.
Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Oh, so we're doing mediums. Okay. And then huge. 18,000 material cost. Holy cow.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Yeah, so the gantries are like the guide rails. Wait, rail launcher. Lighter and less durable. Oh, okay, so it's got like half the armor.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E.
It's weird that up and down is not always up and down. It's locked to your camera view. That's what keeps throwing me off.
Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
Staggered fire.
Move the marker into
I
position.
prefer staggered fire. I think it looks
Rotate the
cooler.
marker.
Just personal preference.
Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing
Identify
red block.
friend or foe is pretty nice.
Left click to place the block. Ammunition. Now we will place some ammo barrels for the missiles to reload from. Cycle a central mirror
resources.
on by pressing Alt-N.
Oh,
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move
the controls
marker
are the
into
hardest
position.
part.
Left click to place the block. So let's place a few material storage boxes. Materials can also be used by the avatar to repair the boat should it get damaged. Select the flashing red block. Close the inventory by pressing E.
turn this down a little bit here. Okay. Material.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place
Oh,
the
this
block.
way.
Move the marker into position. Adding a keel. Our current boat is quite light and may not move in the water very well. The best way to sink the boat down without adding much weight is to use a keel. The deeper the keel, the less weight you need to bring the boat's center of mass down. For this boat, we'll be using 2 small metal beams and a lead beam. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
Oh, it's a side by side. Okay.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab.
Oh, good.
Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Why wouldn't
Move
you
the
put it
marker
equal?
into position. Left click to place the block. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B. Well done. We have constructed a basic boat that can hold its own in small-scale combat. With time, you will learn to use more advanced shaping to create the hull of your dreams. In the next tutorial, we will learn how to control the boat and start to become a captain of the seas. Congratulations! This tutorial is now complete.
Nice.
Now let's master ship controls. Vehicles are controlled using controllers. The one we have on this boat is a ship's wheel. It uses a key layout that is appropriate for controlling a boat. Activate driving mode by pressing
Oh, 2-minute
left
ad.
control.
Yep. Good luck on learning. See you later. Thanks, Void. See you later. All right. Left control.
Tell the ship's wheel to increase main drive by holding W.
Okay.
You'll see that main drive is listed as 100% on the right-hand side of the hood, yet the boat is not moving anywhere. That is because the propeller has not been configured to respond to the main drive yet. Let's fix that now. Note that you can configure what vehicle information is displayed on the right-hand side of the screen from the Vehicle Info tab of the Options menu. Press left control to turn off driving mode so we can move the camera again. Now move W, A, S, and D the camera to the back of the boat and press Q to interact with the propeller. Once the interface opens up, press the Pusher Preset button at the top of the screen. This will tell the propeller to respond to forwards and backwards commands that the AI sends, and also primary drive, which is what we have just set to full. Now that the interface has been brought up, press the Pusher Preset button at the top of the screen. This will tell the propeller to respond to forwards or backwards commands that the AI sends.
Sometimes the thing loops a little bit.
Which is what we have just set to full. Great. Now close the UIs. Press escape or click the X in the top right corner. Fantastic. The boat will start to move now. Note that a freshly placed propeller or jet engine has default settings so that it can help you move forwards or backwards, or roll, pitch or yaw, turn left or right the vehicle. Note that you can manually adjust the response to any and all axes and combine them in different ways. Press numpad 2 or tab to put the camera back where it was. Now that the equipment is configured, let's continue working through the controls. Activate driving mode again by pressing left control. Slow down using S. Hold S to enter reverse.
Okay.
Now stop the propellers by tapping W and S together. Now let's get back to full speed by holding W to bring main drive to 100%. Now let's turn. The rudder is already configured to listen to the yaw axis. Yawing left and yawing right is another way of saying turning left and turning right. Now we need to press the appropriate buttons to send the yaw left and yaw right signal to the rudder. Let's turn right using D to send a yaw right command, which the rudder will respond to. Now let's turn left using A to send a yaw left command, which the rudder will respond to. Drive the boat 50 meters from here. W-S-A-D. Great snakes! What's that on the horizon?
Great snakes.
More Deepwater Guard pirates are coming. Good thing we know how to drive this tub. Turn weapon control mode on by pressing right mouse button. Kill the Vanguard by pressing left mouse button. Looking at the target is always a good idea for fire.
Is it staggered fire for sure? Oh. I love missiles. Ow. They're definitely not very accurate, though. Oh. They also do take a long time to reload. See if we can hit their turret there. Ow. Okay. So it kind of has a back turn a little bit. Wonder if... Oh yeah, that helped.
Well done. This tutorial is over. You can scroll back through the tutorial instructions by pressing middle mouse button to give you a mouse cursor and using the scroll bar on the right of this window.
Nice. Time to automate the boat.
This tutorial will show you how to upgrade a vehicle with AI components that will control its movement and firing. The brain of the system. The AI mainframe is what will control all of the parts that we will be adding to the system. If it gets destroyed, the AI will cease to function. Enter build mode by pressing B.
Okay.
Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock. Open the inventory by pressing E.
Toon, toon. I like being able. So one of the things I always found interesting about the game is having like all of the individual components that you can craft in to customize everything yourself.
Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
All right, AI mainframe.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. AI card slot. Since we want to get some basic navigation set up, first we'll add an AI card slot so that we can add the basic AI. AI card slots are also needed for other AI cards, such as target prioritization and aim point selection. Select the flashing red block.
Okay. Has openings for cards on the left and right, and you can place it in any orientation.
Left click to place the block.
Okay.
Basic AI card. Normally you can configure AIs in the mainframe itself, but for this tutorial we will use a basic circling ship AI card to allow the boat to navigate around its target. It's a simple plug and play type of card that is useful for your first designs.
Okay.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Circling ship. Ship that circles the enemy at a given distance. Circling plane, bombing run. Well, that's cool.
Move the marker into position.
Oops.
Left click to place the block. Time for weapons. With the ship now configured with a basic behavior, let's get the weapons automated. Local weapon controllers are required for this function and will control both turret blocks and main weapon blocks. Let's add one next to the turret and another in front of the missile controller. That way, the AI will handle both. Open the inventory by pressing E.
Okay. So we have to link the mainframe to each
Select
weapon.
the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
Local weapon controller. Will fire weapons and turrets connected to any of its 6 direction sides with a range of 2 blocks. Okay.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
Move the build marker backwards.
Left
Oh.
click to place the block. AI connectors. There are 2 ways to connect a local weapon controller to the AI mainframe. The first one will be a wired connection by using AI connectors to connect it to the mainframe. This is more useful for very local connections. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Transmission. The other way will be through wireless transmission, which requires a wireless transmitter connected to the AI mainframe and a wireless receiver on the local weapon controller. We will place the transmitter on the AI first. Left click to place the block. Now we will place a wireless receiver on the local weapon controller. Wireless transmission is the most effective way to connect local weapon controllers to the AI mainframe, since it can be done anywhere on the craft with only a couple of parts. Left click
Nice.
to place the block. Blind as a bat. Now that we have the weapons configured, they still can't aim well, so we need to set up detection. Let's add some more AI connectors, 4 on top of the ship, 1 on the bottom, and 1 on the gun turret. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Now let's add some wireless receivers to the AI connectors. Just like the local weapon controller using a wireless receiver, these will connect the parts to the AI mainframe. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position.
It's weird that you have to do it like spaced over like this. I would think it would be normally done per connection zone, but
Place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Visual sense. Next we will add on some basic 360-degree cameras. Visual cameras can see nearly anything above water without issue, but their range estimates are quite poor. They will serve as our primary eyes for the other detection to be added. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Computer overload. The addition of cameras exceeds the mainframe's processing power, so they won't work well. Let's add some general processing cards to the AI connectors attached to the mainframe so we can support the additional detection. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position.
Oh, you can connect it
Left
to the
click
connection
to
points
place
too.
the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Laser tracker. We need to address the issue with the range estimates being poor, so we can use a laser tracker. They will track a target that's already detected and provide accurate range estimates, which will allow the cannon to fire more accurately. Select the flashing red block.
It looks so brain on. It does. But like, it's one of those things where, from what I've seen anyway, it's like a brain on but brain off kind of thing too, where it can be just nice to like watch, and you're doing a lot of building too, so you're kind of like, well, one, you can kind of design the ships how you want to, but it's kind of like a build, test, fail, build, test, succeed kind of game where you get to kind of experiment
Move
too.
the marker into position.
Now, to be
Left
fair,
click
this is
to
a lot
place the
more
block. Radar gimbal
dialogue
tracker.
than anything else
Just
in the
case
game,
the
but
laser tracker gets destroyed, or if the target is covered in smoke, we'll add in a radar gimbal tracker as well. Just like the laser tracker, it will provide accurate information on a target, but they must be within the radar's range. Select the flashing red block. Left click to place the block. Sonar. Right now, our detection is ineffective against anything underwater, such as a submarine. The 360-degree sonar will solve this issue. It provides solid estimates by itself and needs no other support. However, it must be placed underwater. Left click to place the block.
all right.
Now that we have the weapons configured, they still can't aim well, so we need to set up detection. Let's add some more AI connectors. 4 on top of the ship, 1 on the bottom, and 1 on the gun turret. Press right bracket to build on the correct sub-object.
Right bracket.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Now let's add some wireless receivers to the AI connectors. Just like the local weapon controller, using a wireless receiver, these will connect the parts to the AI mainframe. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Finally, let's add a rangefinder to the turret. This will allow a fairly accurate range estimation of the target without need of the trackers. Close the inventory by pressing E. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B. The building is complete. Our boat can now drive and shoot autonomously. Oh no, what's that I smell? Cripes, the Deepwater Card are back. Good thing we got our AI integrated. Sit back and hope for the best. Kill the Nessie.
Oh, it's something there. Trying to remember which button it is to.
Engaging now.
Well done. This tutorial is complete. In the next tutorial, we will learn how to command and control our AI.
Nice. But yeah, going through the tutorials is going to be a little bit of a brain grind, I guess.
In this tutorial, you'll learn about tactical controls for your fleet. You'll learn how to set movement and attack orders, as well as triggering automatic combat behaviors. Tactical controls are given in the fleet interface, which is accessed by pressing E. Press E to open it now. Let's select our boat by clicking on it on the list on the left, or literally left-clicking on the boat, or using a click and drag selection to select it. Now let's put the vehicle into manual mode so that we can issue it orders. To do this, click the flashing red button. Now that our vehicle is in manual mode, we can give it orders. Once you begin giving an order, you'll notice that you can set the orientation of the order, and for planes, you will also be able to set the altitude of the order. Give an order using right-click, or right-click and drag to set the orientation of the order.
I try and pay attention to the instructions, but I keep spacing out. Yeah, like this is definitely more for me at this point. So don't worry if you don't remember it.
Give it a chain of orders using shift plus right click.
Moving now.
Let's give it
Moving
3.
now.
We now know how to manually order our vehicles around. A vehicle can be ordered like this as long as it has an AI mainframe on it with a maneuver routine defined within it. Let's turn the movement off now by pressing the flashing red button. We now know how to disable movement. Note that when you press the vehicle control keys, T, G, Y, H, U, J, I, K, O, L, etc., it will automatically disable the movement of the vehicle that you are manually controlling for a few seconds. We will now spawn in 2 harmless enemy units to test out the automatic combat behaviors.
I like the fact that you can zoom in that far.
We will disable our boat's AI weapon control for now. Our boat's AI will pick which of the 2 targets to engage. The current target has a red box drawn on it. We can force our boat to engage a target by left-clicking on the target. We will try that now. Left-click on the enemy on the left to target it. Left-click on the enemy on the right to target it.
Engaging now.
AI mainframes can hold many automatic combat behavior routines. The number they can have depends on the number of AI cards they have in their card slots. We've provided 1 on our boat, so let's enable automatic mode now to turn this behavior routine on. Begin automatic combat behaviors by clicking the flashing red button.
Command.
Our boat will now automatically begin to engage the enemy vehicles, but we forgot to activate our boat's weapons. We will do that next. Let's turn the AI weapon control on by pressing the flashing red button.
Nice.
Our boat will now
I like that you can
automatically
see
shoot
everything
weapons
from the
at
top down
enemies.
like this. That's
This is
cool.
facilitated by AI detection components and the AI local weapon controller blocks that control the weapons. Now do whatever you need to do to destroy those 2 enemy units.
Engaging
Kill the
now.
enemy on the left.
What are those missiles? Where are those missiles going?
Engaging now.
Maybe it'll be more accurate over the longer. Oh, it's weird. They have like Wait, what are you doing there, buddy?
You're in control. Moving now.
You just manually turn them around.
Moving now. Moving now. Taking command. Engaging now.
There, fire on him. There you go.
Kill the enemy on the right.
Engaging now.
That worked. I keep missing though. It's like because the small boat's in front of me, the missiles lose their tracking. Probably because the sights maybe are blocked by the turret, maybe? That's a good hit. There we go.
The fleet interface
There
has
we go.
loads of other options, many of which will be explained in the subsequent strategic controls tutorial. One final thing we will look at here is the tactical options provided in the map. Use the mouse wheel or left and right bracket to scroll out until the map opens up, or simply press N. Scrolling out even further will bring up the strategic map view. This is useful for grand strategy in the campaign, but we are focusing on the tactical controls at the moment. I've spawned one final enemy for you to destroy. The map's tactical elements are very similar to those that you've just used, so you should have no problems in defeating this new enemy whilst in a tactical map. Do whatever you need to do to destroy this one final enemy. Well done, this tutorial is complete.
Nice. Strategic controls.
Strategic controls of the game. How to make fleets, how to split them apart, how to set flagships, how to position forces within a fleet, and how to give orders to a fleet. Many strategic controls can be given in the fleet interface, which is accessed by pressing E. Tap E now.
Okay.
The first thing we will do is combine all three of these forces into the same fleet.
Receiving.
Let's select Gamma by clicking it on the list on the left, or left clicking on the boat.
Receiving.
Let's put Gamma into the same fleet as Alpha by clicking the flashing red merge button next to
Merge these
Alpha
forces
fleet
together
on
into a
the
fleet.
list. Let's select Beta by clicking it on the list on the left, or literally left clicking on the boat.
Gotcha.
Now we will give a fleet movement order to Alpha Fleet. We'll start by selecting Alpha. Select the flagship, Alpha, by clicking on the vehicle, on its name, on the list, or on the fleet name, Alpha Fleet. Now put Alpha into fleet move mode. With the flagship selected, we can give an order with right click and drag.
Okay.
It's likely that Beta and Gamma are now moving with the flagship, but to make sure, let's put them into fleet move mode.
Receiving.
Select Beta.
Returning to formation.
There we go.
Receiving. Receiving.
Put Beta into fleet move
Receiving.
mode. With Gamma selected and in fleet move mode, we can now issue an order that will
Receiving.
reposition Gamma
Receiving.
within the fleet. Right click and drag to position Gamma relative to the rest of the fleet.
Moving
Now
now.
we'll learn how to change flagship. Keep Gamma
Moving
selected.
now.
Press the flashing red Set Flagship button to make Gamma the flagship of this fleet. With Gamma as the flagship, orders given to Gamma will affect the whole fleet.
Makes sense.
We will now learn how to separate forces out of the fleets, which can be done in a number of different ways. Separate Alpha, Beta and Gamma back to 3 individual fleets by
Receiving.
selecting the forces individually and pressing the flashing red button.
Oh, individually, I see.
We will now learn about out-of-play and in-play forces. Out-of-play forces are enabled in campaign and they are essential to campaign play. An out-of-play force is an abstract representation of your force, and they can still gather materials, create energy, produce commodities, and can require materials or energy to move, just like a normal in-play force. Out-of-play vehicles go where you tell them to go, using the recorded top speed and recorded maximum altitude of the in-play vehicle. You can have hundreds of out-of-play vehicles and still have a smooth frame rate. This is why they exist. They allow epic large-scale strategy in campaign. Let's put all 3 of our vehicles out of play by pressing the flashing red button.
Okay.
Receiving.
Pull these forces out of play.
With our vehicles out of play, we can order them to travel long distances on the map and not have to worry too much about them. And with all the vehicles out of play, we can speed up time to ×10 speed. Press the ×10 button in the bottom right corner of the screen. Well done, this tutorial is complete.
Receiving. Moving now.
Nice. So, let's see. Maybe later. Let's go back to... Oh. Okay, so compact engines are next.
This tutorial will show you how to place a compact engine that burns materials to create power. The aim of this engine is to maximize power output, but it will have a lower material efficiency. A more material efficient engine will be covered in a later tutorial.
We're going to do some building now. From the Depths uses a novel, keyboard-based building approach, but it also has the more familiar mouse-based building options as well. We always recommend using keyboard-based building, but you can tap F3 at any time to swap modes. We're going to swap you into keyboard-based building now and begin. The instructions will describe everything you need to do to become a master builder. If you cannot manage a step, please press enter to have it auto-complete.
The fuel engine generator block starts nearly all engine builds, so it's normally placed first. Without it, the engine will not function.
Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock.
Oh, right.
Cycle a central mirror on by pressing Alt-N. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
Fuel engine generator.
Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
The crankshaft is vital for attaching cylinders to the fuel engine, and they can only be built in a straight line from the main block. Cylinders are your main parts for making the engine provide power
Okay,
output.
so then we
You
need
will attach
cylinders
fuel
on the
injectors,
side.
carburetors and exhaust pipes to them. In this tutorial, we will only be attaching fuel injectors and exhausts to them. Fuel injectors will add 400 power output to any cylinder they are attached to, but they will burn 0.8 materials per second. They excel at power density, but are poor options for material efficiency.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Injectors.
Move the marker into position.
Oh,
Rotate the marker.
oops.
Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Move the marker into position.
I don't know why.
Rotate
I want
the
my
marker.
brain wants shift to be the
Left click
rotate
to
button.
place the block.
Cylinders will heat up when in use and will have lower output as they get hotter. If they overheat, they won't produce any power until they cool down. Exhausts are the main way to keep cylinders cool and produce more power.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Left click to remove the block. Left
Oh.
click to remove the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
I did.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Rotate the marker. The wrong block
Oh,
has been placed.
I see.
You must remove it. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Radiators help to cool all cylinders on an engine at the cost of a small amount of material efficiency.
Hmm.
Sometimes they can be the solution to an engine that just gets a little too hot to function.
Select the flashing red tab. Select the
Radiator.
flashing red block.
I don't see its
Move
consumption,
the
but
marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Now that we've created the basis of the engine, let's expand on it with some more parts. To start off, let's add some additional injectors.
Rotate the marker. Left click
There we go.
to place the block. Move the marker into position.
As more power producing parts are added, we must also add more exhausts to ensure the cylinders are receiving enough cooling to function. By using some junction pipes to connect two cylinders, we can save space and cool them both.
The wrong block has been placed. We must remove it.
Okay.
Left click to remove the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
three-way.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
The cooler a cylinder runs, the more power output it can provide. Therefore, taking measures to ensure cylinders stay cooler are hard to pass up if you need that little bit of extra power.
Rotate the marker. Left
Makes
click
sense.
to place the block. Move the marker into position. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B.
This compact engine is now complete. Well done. With time and practice,
Nice.
you will find ways to get more power output in a smaller package with your engines. In a later tutorial, we will build an efficient engine using carburetors. Carburetors allow the connection of turbochargers and superchargers. Turbochargers increase fuel efficiency of carburetors at high RPMs, and superchargers increase efficiency at low RPMs. Congratulations, this tutorial is complete.
Nice. Let's do vertical launch missiles.
This tutorial will show you how to build a basic missile platform. To be more specific, we'll be constructing a vertical launch system for the missiles. Missile systems are rather expensive and use a lot of material to reload, but they are amongst the most compact of the weapon systems and can be configured for a variety of roles. Don't leave home without one in your fleet. The start of every missile system begins with a missile controller. Go ahead and place it first.
Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock.
Okay.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Left click to place the block.
Connectors will allow you to connect the launch pads to the system. For this setup, we will only need 3 connectors. Place them as shown.
Move the marker into position.
The launch pads are the beginning of the actual missile to be launched by the missile system. There are 3 sizes to the launch pads you can use, but for this tutorial, we will use the medium launch pad.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move
That was
the
loud.
marker into position.
Missile gantries will determine the length of your missile and can be as long as you wish. The longer your missile is, the more modules you can fit onto it, but going too long will reduce your missile's speed and turning potential.
Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
Ooh, okay.
Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left
Okay.
click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place
It
the
really
block.
lets
Move
you
the
know
marker
where
into
to
position.
place it, huh?
Left click to place the block.
With the missiles now placed, we will add ejectors to the launch pads. These aren't necessary, but they help the missile clear the gantry at a faster pace.
Okay.
They can also be configured to eject the missile at certain angles if you aren't using a hatch.
Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker.
The Identify Friend or Foe add-on, or the IFF add-on, is essential for any offensive missile in a fleet-on-fleet combat. They will keep the missiles from locking onto friendly craft. You only need 1 per system, but don't forget it.
Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
If you are firing multiple missiles, you probably don't want them all firing at once. The Staggered Fire add-on allows you to set a delay between launching missiles so they can be scattered out over time.
Select the flashing red block. Left click to place the block. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing V.
This basic missile system's construction is now complete. The missiles themselves will need to either use radar seekers, laser designators, or the one-turn module in order to lock onto a target at such a large angle. You can always press Q on a launch pad or its gantries to bring up the missile and adjust the modules. Check out some of the pre-constructed missile systems to get a better grasp on the many different missile types you can make. Congratulations, this tutorial is complete.
So I just want to see. So you can add. Yeah, so I remember seeing this, where essentially you can completely customize the missiles themselves, which is cool. Yeah. It's cool. Okay. Basics of resources.
You've come a long way and finally have your own fortress under your control. Feel free to take a moment to appreciate what has been built. It's not completely done, but we'll have it fully functioning by the end of this tutorial. In this tutorial we'll be discussing how to keep a sky fortress afloat, explaining what materials and energy are and how to obtain them and spend them. We will be moving around a lot on this fortress in build mode. You can always move faster in build mode, by double tapping the directional key that you wish to move in. To get started, Sky Fortress turbines are required to keep the fortress in the air. If you lose all of them, or they run out of power, the fortress will start to crumble apart. Let's place some more turbines to reduce the odds of this happening.
Enter build mode by pressing B. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab.
Sky
Select the
Fortress
flashing red
turbine.
block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block.
Materials are what makes the world go round in From the Depths. They are used to build your craft, reload your weapons, and power your engines. Let's add some more material storage to this fortress near the back.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
Fortresses are known for their static behavior and are best kept in resource zones to gather materials. Let's place down some material gatherers to make use of this extra material storage we now have.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
Fuel tanks are used by fuel engines and custom jet engines and allow them to access materials to burn as fuel. Let's add some more fuel storage to this fortress.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block.
Refineries are used to refine materials into globally accessible commodities. Commodities can be gifted to any force in your territory or neighboring territories. Constructs need to have at least 1 million materials in storage in order to run the refinery, so it is quite an investment.
Wow.
There are also extra modules which will make the refinery more efficient at converting materials into commodities. Generally, it's wise to make efficient refineries to make the most out of your materials. We'll be going over all the parts of a refinery in this tutorial. Let's start by placing the refinery itself first.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the
Refinery.
flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
As refineries are in use, they create dangerous gas. If the dangerous gas gets too high, the refinery will take damage and explode.
Oh.
Flare stacks will mitigate the dangerous gas buildup. Let's place a few of those.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
The desalter is the first piece used to make refineries more efficient at commodity creation. Only one desalter works per refinery system.
Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
The coker is another add-on for the refinery that moderately increases the efficiency of conversion. Unlike the desalter, you can have as many cokers as you like.
Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
The catalytic cracker is the last module covered for the refinery. It increases the volume of materials processed into commodities. You may also have as many of these as you'd like on your refinery.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
As modules are added onto the refinery, the dangerous gas will build up faster. Let's attach more flare stacks to keep the dangerous gas under control.
Left click to place the block.
What good are your cannon ships without ammo? Ammo barrels allow weapons to access materials for reloading. You normally need a lot of them for your larger craft. Let's place a few more ammo barrels onto this fortress.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block.
Energy is a different type of resource that is stored in batteries, which can be recharged in various ways. You can also convert energy to power by using an electric engine. For now, let's just place a few more batteries for energy storage.
Open the inventory by pressing E.
Battery.
Select the flashing red block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
The radioisotope thermoelectric generator, basically known as the RTG, is an expensive asset, but is constantly providing free energy that it stores in batteries. Craft powered by RTGs and electric engines don't burn materials at all.
RTG, that reminds me of,
Open the inventory by pressing E.
was it Stargate? I think it was either SG-1 or Stargate Atlantis that had those for the first time.
Select the flashing red block. Move the
GG.
marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B.
Getting familiar with material is important for managing your campaigns. Fortresses are a great place to resupply your fleets, since they will commonly have plenty of material storage and be placed in resource zones. We've
Makes
completed
sense.
our construction on this fortress for now. In the next tutorial, we will be learning how to move materials between forces and across the world map. Congratulations, this tutorial is now complete.
Nice. Logistics.
We're going to
Hey,
learn about
Tafka.
moving material around and
morning.
resupplying our units. This tutorial will be of most help in preparing for campaign play. We're going to do the entire tutorial with out-of-play forces, first introduced in the Strategic Controls tutorial. We will do everything from the fleet interface. Let's open it now. Open the fleet interface by pressing E. I've created a resource harvesting fortress for you. It has resource
there it
gatherers
is.
on it, powered by fuel engines, which burn some material. And it generates material when in a resource zone. If you mouse over the material gatherer unit, you'll see it has spawned with 100 materials. These numbers will not change until it enters a resource zone and begins to harvest. Let's move the material gatherer into the resource zone now.
Listening. Moving out. Moving out.
Move the material gatherer into the resource zone. Select the unit and right-click in the green resource zone ring. With the material gatherer in the zone, it will start to burn some materials to gather much more material. We will need to defend material gatherers in order to survive. I will create a guard vehicle for you. Okay, a guard vehicle has been created for you.
Receiving.
Let's put both of these two units in the same fleet.
Listening.
You were shown how to do this in the Strategic Controls tutorial. Now let's rename the fleet to Processing Fleet by pressing the flashing red button and typing the new name in.
Oops, delete.
What we want to achieve is the material gatherer, giving materials to the guard boat.
Okay.
We will do this using supply types. First, we activate Resource View, which shows loads of extra logistical options. Activate Resource View by pressing the flashing red button or pressing Ctrl R. Now select the material gatherer force.
Moving out.
Oops.
Moving out.
There you go.
We're now going to set procurement levels. These are the minimum amount of different resources we will keep. Resources above these levels can be given away to other forces, but we will never give away so much that we drop below these procurement levels. Set the material gatherer to only keep a small amount of material, so that it can give a lot to the guard boat. Look for the flashing red button.
Keep very little material, so 20%.
Now select the guard boat force.
Receiving.
Set the guard boat to keep loads of material. Look for the flashing red button. The desired levels are now set, but nothing is happening. That's because we need to assign the supply type of these two forces. There are 3 supply types: creator, cargo, and user. The settings determine how energy and material are shared between vehicles. Let's arrange our forces into types now. Put material gatherer into creator type by selecting it and left clicking the flashing red button.
Receiving.
Put guard boat into user type by selecting it and clicking the flashing red button. We will
Cool.
now see
Oh, there
numbers
you go.
flying around the screen representing the flow of material between these two forces. You will also see a green bubble outline that shows the forces sharing this material. Supply groups are useful for keeping all forces in a fleet well stocked. But what about supplying distant fleets? I've spawned in a distant boat called Combat Boat with no material, and a supply vessel called Supply Boat with loads of storage capacity for material. We will start by setting Supply Boat to be a cargo type. This will mean that Materia Gatherer tries to fill it up with material. Select the Supply Boat force. We will now wait here until Supply Boat is full of materials.
Okay.
Press the ×10 button in the bottom right corner of the screen
Nyom.
to speed up time. Material Gatherer will give material to the Supply Boat once they have an excess. Because we set Guard Boat to demand high amounts of material, this will take some time. Whilst
Look at
we
'em
wait,
go.
we will configure the Supply Boat procurement levels. We want to set the procurement levels to the bare minimum, so that most of the supplies are given to the combat boat that we are supplying. Set the supply boat to only keep a small amount of material,
Makes
so that
sense.
it can give a lot to the combat boat. Look for the flashing red button. Order supply boat to move near combat boat.
Moving
Select
now.
combat boat.
Receiving.
Now we will make the combat boat a user type, so that the supply boat
Right.
provides it with loads of material. Put combat boat into user type by pressing the flashing red button.
Then we need
Now we will
keep
set the procurement levels of combat boat so that it can be fully
High level.
resupplied by the supply fleet. Let's set the procurement for material to its maximum
Oh,
level.
maximum. Okay.
Set the combat boat to keep maximum material so that it's always combat ready. Look for the flashing red button. Over the course of this tutorial, we've learned how to use supply types to share and deliver supplies. If you move supply fleet back and forth between processing fleet and combat fleet, you'll see that supply fleet will refill and empty its supplies until the combat fleet is full.
Moving
This
now.
tutorial is now complete.
Zoom. Let's do. Let's see other. What's the next one? Let's see. So I want to follow the order just in case. So we'll do the cram cannons next. Oh, there's no dialogue for this. It's difficult to succeed in all your battles with only missiles, so we'll be looking at how to build a new weapon. This time we'll be constructing a simple, armor-piercing, high-explosive APHE.
We're going to do some building now. From the Depths uses a novel, keyboard-based building
Never mind.
approach, but it also has the more familiar mouse-based building options as well. We always recommend using keyboard-based building, but you can tap F3 at any time to swap modes. We're going to swap you into keyboard-based building now and begin. The instructions will describe everything you need to do to become a master builder. If you cannot manage a step, please press enter to have it auto-complete. Enter build mode by pressing B.
Yeah, it's weird. Alright.
Press right bracket to build on the correct sub-object.
Right bracket.
Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock. Cycle a central mirror on by pressing Alt-N. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing red block.
6-way connector.
Close the inventory by pressing E. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. The wrong block has been placed. We must remove it. Left click to remove the block. Open the inventory by pressing E.
Firing piece.
Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Elevation
Close
barrel.
the inventory by pressing E. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the
Motor
flashing
driven
red block.
barrel. Increases barrel
Close the
rotation.
inventory by pressing E. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab. Select the flashing
So now
red
just
block.
standard barrel. Counts as 2 barrels for determining
Left
accuracy.
click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Increases gauge. This will increase the damage and shell health at the expense of recoil, fire rate, and ammunition
Move the
consumption.
marker into position.
So bigger boom,
Left
slower
click
boom.
to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position. Left
my
click
goodness.
to place the block. Move the marker into position. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Packer fills cram shells with damaging material from the attached pellets. Place it on the firing piece. It accepts 3 pellets or compactors.
Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker.
Oops.
Left click to remove the block. Rotate the marker.
that.
Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker.
Oh,
into
I see. So you have to install
Rotate
them on the
marker.
connector pieces. Makes sense.
Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Compactors increase the payload capacity of the shells.
Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position.
The audio's a
Left
bit
click to
funky.
place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Hardener pellet. Oh, these are the pellet types. So hardener payload adds armor piercing and health. Okay.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move
So
the
this is
marker
a straight
into
kinetic
position.
round then.
Open the inventory by pressing E.
And this is explosive pellets,
Select the
okay.
flashing red block. Move the marker.
So this is
into
how you
position.
actually can
Left
make
click
it into
to place the block. Move the
APHE.
marker into position. Close the inventory by
Still
pressing
HE,
E.
okay.
Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Fuse. Okay. So you can put. You can be launched with a configuration or any combination of timed proximity, altitude, penetration depth, or inertial fuses. Okay.
Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red block.
Predictor. This displays the approximate fall of shot, useful for manually firing
Move
weapons.
the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B.
Alright. That is a chonky cannon. Before exiting the tutorial, we recommend checking the fuse box by pressing Q on it and see what options for fusing are available. Okay. Fusing box. So you can set low altitude, explode beneath. So if you want to make it explode before it touches the water kind of thing. Explode above, time from launch, inertial. So this is, I'm assuming, good. Explode on angle change. So if you're fighting angled armor and you don't want it to bounce, you could set it to explode. Penetration depth, I'm assuming if you're facing heavy armor and you want to use HE or fragmentation, you probably want penetration fuse, right? Because you want to penetrate then to explode. And then time from first impact. Interesting. And then we can fire it. Oh, I like the predictor. Yeah, that's a big shot. I think it actually launched the ship back a little bit. So it says it's ready. There you go. Packing payload. So yeah, these take a long time to fire. I'm trying to remember how you... I know you can follow the projectiles. Is it down here? No. But I do kind of want to see how much it knocks the ship back. Not terribly, but it is a big gun. Okay. Efficient engines.
This tutorial will show you how to place a large but efficient engine that burns materials to create power. This efficient engine will have a lot of material efficiency, but a low power output for its size. Since material efficient engines will save you materials over time, you should look to prioritize building these types of engines over versions that use fuel injectors.
We're going to do some building now. From the Depths uses a novel, keyboard-based building approach, but it also has the more familiar mouse-based building options as well. We always recommend using keyboard-based building, but you can tap F3 at any time to
It's a lot of
switch
tutorial.
modes.
Just like the
Oh,
previous engine tutorial,
that's
we
the
will start with
essential
fuel engine
tutorial.
generator block,
Then
since
there's
it is the most
basics.
important piece. Without it, the engine will not function.
Hold the vehicle still by pressing caps lock. Cycle a central mirror on by pressing Alt-N.
Oh, I did.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Select the flashing red tab.
What? Yeah, I'll show you after this. So we're gonna start with fuel
Select the
engines,
flashing red
generator.
block. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Next,
we
will
wanna
add
add the
crankshafts, just like
crankshaft.
before. Remember that a crankshaft can be as long as you'd like, and for this engine, we will keep it short and simple. Next, we will add the cylinders, but this time we'll be adding a couple more than before.
Rotate the marker.
Okay.
Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Now it's time for the carburetors. They provide 125 power to attach cylinders, which makes them less power dense than injectors, but they can also attach to more cylinders at once, which can make them just as strong as injector engines
Okay.
when built right.
The wrong block has been placed. We must remove it. Move the marker into position.
Oh,
Left
I
click
see.
to
So
place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Move the
we wanna
marker
do one
into
here.
position.
Next up, we'll be adding the superchargers. These blocks connect to carburetors and improve material efficiency when the engine is running at low RPMs. They can benefit multiple carburetors at once, so place them between carburetors where possible.
Left click to
Okay.
place the block. Move the marker into position. Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position.
Turbochargers can be tough to place, but are vital for any material efficient engine running at high RPMs. Connect the main block to the cylinder and the top part to the carburetor. The info for
Ooh.
the turbocharger will tell you if it's connected properly.
Left click to place the block.
There are left and right variants of the turbocharger. If you have mirror mode on, it will properly place the proper turbocharger on the opposite side.
Gotcha.
Since we have to rotate the turbocharger around, we must use the other variant for this step,
Oh, I see.
being on the same side.
Open the inventory by pressing E. Left
There
click
you go.
to place the block.
With the main pieces added to the engine, let's add the exhausts and connect them. To start off, place the corner pipes in the locations requested. We'll also place corner pipes on the upper cylinders for extra cooling.
Yeah, because you want to funnel it all into
Left
the
click to place the
turbochargers, I'm
block.
assuming.
Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position.
For me, it's just going to
Rotate the
be
marker.
Now
Or
we will add
remembering
the
all
junction
of the
pipes
connect-
to connect the pipes on the lower part of the
movement
engine.
controls.
The layout will appear unusual, but we'll be looking to add inline turbochargers to the system. The gap in the junction pipes will be addressed in the next step.
Left click to place the block.
Okay.
Left click to place the block. Left click to place the block.
Now we will add a couple of straight pipes to connect the disconnected junction pipes to the exhaust line.
The wrong block
Oops.
has been placed. We must remove it.
The one thing I wish
Left
it did
click
is
to
if
remove
it
the block.
auto-connected, but
Move the
I
marker
understand why.
into position. Left click to place the block.
There
Now
we
we
go.
will add more corner pipes to curve the exhaust lines in preparation for inline turbochargers.
Rotate the marker. Left
there
click
we go.
to place the block. Move the marker into position. Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block.
Inline turbochargers connect through the exhausts and attach to a carburetor to further improve material efficiency at high RPMs. The more exhaust gas flowing to the inline turbocharger, the stronger it'll be. They will properly mirror just like the regular turbochargers.
Left click to place the block.
Finally, let's add the last exhausts to the system. Keep in mind that the inline turbochargers don't need these exhausts, but piping gas to desired locations or connecting more inline turbochargers may be desired.
Rotate the marker. Left click to place the block. Move the marker into position. Move the marker into position.
There we go.
You're done. Leave build mode by pressing B.
Well done, you have completed this engine. In time you will find the combinations and placements of blocks that will be even more efficient than this engine. Remember to experiment and find out what works best for you. Also remember
cool.
that a failed design isn't a failure, it's a learning experience. Congratulations, this tutorial is complete.
So here, I'll show you now, Tafka. So if we go to our main menu. So these are the essentials of shipbuilding. You have the basics, all the engines, weapons, APS, lasers, missiles, vehicle types, game modes, and mechanics. But some of these you don't need to do, and some of them are included in the essentials. But these are like the main things you need to know. APS cannons.
The Advanced Projectile System, simply known as the Advanced Cannons, is a fairly complex system that allows a large variety of cannon systems, which can range from small rapid-fire cannons to large cannons firing heavy shells that are capable of dealing massive damage. It uses an ammo controller and shell customizers to allow the creation of various shells. Mastery of advanced cannons will take time, but are well worth the investment.
Okay.
The firing piece is the main piece that is part of the advanced cannon. It is here that you will attach mantlets, gauge increases, coolers and railgun fixtures. All will be explained in this guide. You can also press Q on the firing piece to adjust various options such as the idle barrel.
Oh, is this just
number of
a
barrels, and much more.
spoken guide? Like I'm not actually building it? Holy, yeah.
The mantlet attaches to the front of the firing piece, and it allows an increase to the firing angle of the cannon. You can only have one mantlet per cannon, and it is necessary to allow a wider firing angle. There are 5 mantlets to choose from for your cannon's needs. Each of them have advantages and disadvantages, so use the one most proper for the cannon you are making. For example, if you are making an anti-air cannon, the AA mantlet is fantastic with its high elevation capabilities, but it has poor azimuth rotation. Put a cannon that uses an AA mantlet on a turret for the best of both capabilities. It's never a bad idea to experiment to find what mantlet is best for the occasion.
Okay.
Barrels attached to the mantlet and serve to increase the accuracy of the cannon, while also being important to allow gunpowder to burn and increase shell speed. A proper barrel length.
I feel like I'm back in university.
Mainly to adjust the barrel length later on once you have everything set up. There are beamed versions of barrels, alongside a heavy barrel counterpart that is more durable, but also much heavier and more expensive. It is best to use as many extended versions of barrels in order to increase durability of the barrel line. The bore evacuator is not a necessary part of the barrel, but it reduces the cooldown of the cannon, which will allow the gun to shoot faster. However, the bore evacuator is not a durable piece and will create a weak point in your barrel line. Choose wisely for its placement since it can fit anywhere on the barrel line. The muzzle brake attaches to the end of the barrel line and reduces the recoil of the cannon while also slightly decreasing shell speed. It's mainly used when further reducing recoil of the cannon is necessary. Just like the bore evacuator, the muzzle brake is an optional piece. However, it will only fit on the end of the barrel.
Makes sense.
With the externals of the cannon covered, let's look at building the functional parts of a cannon. To start off are the gauge increases. As stated in their name, they increase the gauge of the cannon so it can fire bigger shells. They connect to the back of the firing piece or onto splitters and or coolers. An advanced cannon only requires up to 8 gauge increases. Any beyond this are redundant and provide no additional effect.
Okay. So you have like a maximum gauge, which is the 8.
The gauge splitter attaches to either the firing piece gauge increases or gauge coolers and serves to turn the gauge line in another direction or 2 separate directions. This can allow a more complex placement of gauge increases or coolers. Gauge splitters also act as cooling units, which will help increase the rate at which the cannon can fire.
Okay.
Gauge coolers allow the cannon to cool down faster, which will increase the possible fire rate of the cannon. They allow the connection of other parts on them, just like gauge increasers and gauge splitters, and also connect in the same fashion. There is no technical limit to how many coolers can be used on a cannon, unlike gauge increasers, and there is no penalty to using more. If they make the gun fire too fast, you can always set the fire rate by pressing Q on the fire piece and adjust it.
Fire too fast. I don't know if that's my jurisdiction there, buddy.
Connectors serve the simple purpose of expanding the cannon system away from the gauge line. They connect to gauge increasers, coolers, and other connectors to allow the placement of auto-loaders, railgun chargers, and the miscellaneous parts such as the predictor and laser targeter. Most cannon systems can be built without using connectors, but they can serve as an omnidirectional input for other parts when in a pinch.
Makes sense.
With the basics of the gauge line covered, we will now look at one of the most important parts of the advanced cannon, the auto-loaders. They come in various sizes, which allow for the loading of many shell sizes. You will want to use the proper auto-loader size for the shells you are intending to fire. If you are launching 500mm shells, then you may want auto-loaders at least 4 meters or longer. You can place auto-loaders along the gauge line onto connectors or adjacent to other auto-loaders. There is no penalty to placing them next to each other, and no benefit of placing them on connectors or vice versa.
Okay, so they're like freeform. It doesn't matter where you're gonna stick them.
Ammo clips are vital for storing your ammo shells as you await to fire them. They connect up to 4 sides of an autoloader, except for the 1 meter belt fed autoloaders, and can stack up on top of each other to increase the number of stored shells. You can even see the shells loaded in the clip for the standard ammo clip. There is a solid variant that doesn't have to render these shells, which will increase the game performance. When an ammo clip is destroyed, the shells will also explode and can chain react, possibly destroying the entire cannon. Make sure your ammo clips are well protected, especially when using larger and more volatile shells.
Good to know.
The ammo ejector is an advanced block that connects to the autoloader and will eject all shells in the autoloader and attach clips through the top of it. These shells are still live when ejected, and improper use may cause more harm rather than being helpful. On the other hand, they can also allow for some crafty building and can make even the largest of cannon systems safe to use. There is a variant of the ammo ejector that will eject bullets through the back as opposed to the top. Ammo ejectors are optional on advanced cannons. For the rest of the guide, they will be removed for simplicity's sake.
So you can essentially set them to eject all the ammunition if like the armor is destroyed or something like that. So for example, I mean, yeah, ejects all the ammunition when the autoloader is destroyed. So it'd be funny. You could use it like a makeshift mine layer almost if you had this near the rear of your boat, because it would put all the live rounds into the water behind you. That'd be pretty funny.
Now that we've got the specifics of autoloaders and their pieces covered, let's go to where we can load the shells. Ammo intakes connect to autoloaders or ammo clips and serve as ports to where shells can be loaded. You will need at least one per autoloader clip combination, or the autoloader will never have shells to fire. Later on, this process will be shown once the ammo customizer is discussed.
Okay.
Remember, you only need at least one ammo intake per autoloader clip setup, but you can get benefits out of using more than one. The more ammo intakes you have, the faster the autoloaders and clips can obtain shells. This is quite useful when using belt-fed autoloaders, since it reduces the time to fill the attached clips. It's important to ensure that you have enough ammo storage to sustain the ammo intakes.
Hey Destroyer, someone going through the tutorial, truly one of the worst parts of the game. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna forget a lot of this, but I don't mind going through it. Like, I like brute forcing my way through a lot of games. Like, I like experimenting. But when something's this in depth, I don't mind taking the extra time to actually attempt to learn it. So it's more my memory that's gonna be the problem than the attention span of the tutorial.
We now have everything in place to make use of the ammo controller and ammo customizers. The ammo controller can be placed anywhere on your craft, and ammo customizers connect to the controller in a line. You can add as many customizers as you want, but you will be restricted what can be put into the shell based upon its diameter and autoloader size for your cannon. In this case, there are 5 ammo customizers which allow for 10 modules. If we keep the current gauge of 236mm, it would require at least a 3-meter autoloader in most cases. Rather than removing the gauge increases, we can increase the number of barrels on the cannon to reduce the gauge to a more proper level. With 4 barrels, the gauge is now 95mm, which with 10 modules makes a 950mm shell, which is acceptable.
These are alright. The first one where it keeps saying E is the worst. Yeah. Or left click to place, left click to place, left click to place.
With the customizers placed, we are currently firing a stick of gunpowder and no bullet. So let's change that. You can press Q on the controller to bring up the interface for creating a shell. This will show you statistics of the shell alongside the purpose of each part. For this shell, we are creating a basic kinetic shell that uses an AP capped head, a couple of solid warhead bodies, and a base bleeder. The versatility of shells you can make is quite high, so experiment to find what works best. Once you have your shell, press Q on the ammo intake on the cannon. Select the shell and it will automatically start loading shells. You can simply force assign all ammo intakes on the cannon to accept the shell, or you can create a mixed loadout with different shells by setting them up individually.
Oh, okay. So you can kind of do, I know War Thunder does this, where you can have like different ammo, in the clips. Like, for example, it could do like Tracer AP, Tracer HE, or something like that, right? I know War Thunder has that type of thing where you can you can't customize them, but it has customizable ones that you can choose between. So you can kind of do that a little bit too, if that's your thing. I mean, I would personally think that would be a little bit better on like the missiles. So you would set up like super dense missiles to shoot first with high health, so that those would eat a lot of the anti-missile munitions or the defenses, and then have your main HE or whatever other type of warheads you have on the missiles coming in afterward. But similar.
Now that we have the cannon loaded, let's go over the rest of the additives for the advanced cannon. The one that you will use the most will be the recoil absorbers. They help to absorb the recoil that the cannon causes when it fires. If you have insufficient recoil absorption, then not only will the recoil of the cannon affect your craft more, but your cannon will also suffer an inaccuracy penalty.
Okay.
The laser targeter allows the cannon to automatically set the timer settings for fuses that the advanced cannon shells use. It can be placed on the firing piece, gauge increasers, coolers or connectors, and does not require a visual line of sight to operate. This part is essential for creating shells that use timed fuses.
Okay. Wait, I don't see it though. I guess they didn't place it on here. It's the vent splitter. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Okay.
The fall-off shot predictor is a basic piece designed for manually operated guns by the player. It will create a trajectory line so you can see where the shot will land.
Oh, this is the
Optional
one we
and
looked at
essentially does
before
nothing for AI-controlled
for
cannons.
the cram cannons. Gotcha. In our game, players have almost unlimited options to build cool stuff. Players. I'm gonna build something phallic. Yep.
At last, we have finished covering the main parts of an advanced cannon, and all of this can be used to make most conventional cannons. However, what about railguns? Their parts will be explained and passed beyond this step. If you have no interest in railguns, you can now close out this guide, otherwise continue on.
Yeah, I loved watching Martin's stuff on this game too. Lathrix was definitely the first one I watched, and he's the one that made me pick up the game a long time ago, but I never got to playing it. Because it seemed a little daunting at the time. So, but he's definitely the first one I watched.
Railguns are used to propel high-speed shells at targets that gunpowder-infused shells could only dream of. The railgun fixture attaches to the firing piece of the cannon and serves as the base for attaching barrel magnets. Fixtures require energy on the craft using the cannon, and the more fixtures you have, the more energy that can be used to supply to the attached barrel magnets. Railgun settings can be adjusted by pressing Q on the firing piece and going to the Railguns tab. Railgun charges are essential for recharging the railgun and are placed
That
on
looks
the
cool.
firing piece, engaging creases, coolers, connectors, or stacked among each other. The more charges you have, the faster the railgun will charge up.
Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay. So the chargers attach here. But the magnets are the specific firing piece. Okay. Cool. Let's see what's next. Steam engine.
Overview. The steam engine is a powerful and flexible type of engine that can output a tremendous amount of power. It can also be used to create propulsion and even be used for drills. This guide will go over the creation of a steam engine's various functionalities. There are 3 sizes to steam engines: small, medium and large. This guide will cover all the small parts. The medium and large parts are similar in function but require much more space to use effectively.
Okay.
The steam controller is used to maintain the attached boiler and adjust its burn rate. Without it, a boiler will not function. You can press Q on the controller to adjust the burn rate. You can also control the burn rate via ACBs. The boiler is what burns the materials to produce steam and can be as long as you like. The longer the boiler, the more materials it's capable of burning. The more materials burned, the more steam that's produced. Multiple steam controllers and their attached boilers can be connected using pipes, which are explained in the next step, so you can use multiple small boilers to power a steam system. It also provides redundancy, so if one boiler gets destroyed, there are more to power the system.
Makes sense.
Steam pipes do as they say. They pipe the steam created from boilers to another location. You can have intricate piping systems, and the choices of your pipes are varied to handle nearly any connection needed. If a steam pipe gets destroyed, then the steam pressure will drop drastically for the remaining system and cause those systems to fail. Try to keep steam pipes well protected or short to reduce the chances of this happening. Steam pistons. With the basis of how steam is generated and piped, let's go on to creating engine power. The first thing you will need are pistons. These will use the steam pressure to turn the crankshaft of the gearbox, which is explained soon. The more pistons you have, the more steam pressure they'll use to rotate the crankshaft. Pistons have both an input and an output. The input is on the back and is where you'd connect the piston to your main steam pipe. The output on the top can be used to recycle steam back into the system or to power other pistons or turbines, which is explained later. Using the output is not required. You can line up multiple pistons on the same pipe to use steam generated by a boiler. This is needed if you want more power output from an attached gearbox and its crankshaft.
So I'm assuming the crankshaft is like square rotated like this. So you would have your other set on this side, just like a normal engine.
Multiple pistons, alternate connection. This setup uses the first piston's output to provide steam to the input of a second piston. This uses steam more efficiently.
Okay.
The gearbox is the main block for producing engine power for steam. It is here that you will attach crankshafts, standard shafts, and other parts that work with the aforementioned parts. It is also required for making steam propellers and drills. The crankshaft is the connection point for a piston, which will allow the entire shaft to rotate. You can have multiple crankshafts on the shaft line, and multiple pistons can connect to the same crankshaft from different sides.
Oh,
It
so
is
it's
the
not
base
one.
crankshaft, which is more durable, but it is also heavier and more expensive. Its functionality is the same.
Okay.
The shaft is an extension to the shaft line that doesn't have connections for pistons. It is useful for extending the shaft line without needing many pistons. It is also used to connect the transmission to a propeller, which is explained later. There is a reinforced shaft called the shaft bearing, which is more durable but also heavier and more expensive.
And so if it's more efficient, you probably want to have the gap in between. So you would want to pipe up the steam down. So you need this gap here. Because if you're cornering, I guess you could corner corner. Like go up one and this way. Down and in. Yeah, you could do that.
The shaft wheel connects to the shaft line and is a connection point for the shaft generator. It does nothing by itself. The shaft generator connects to a wheel on the shaft line and serves to produce energy from the shaft line that can be stored in batteries. Multiple shaft generators can connect to the same wheel. Shaft generators and wheels are not required to be used. They're only needed if you wish to produce energy.
So what's the difference from the shaft generator to the gearbox then? Because the gearbox as it converts into mechanical energy. Oh, I guess it's mechanical energy into power. Wait, no. I guess that's just global versus... Electrical energy. Oh, because I'm assuming this is engine power and then this will be actual energy. Maybe?
Propeller transmission. Now that the basics of creating engine power from the shaft line have been covered, let's convert this power to operate a propeller. To do this, you will need a transmission. It simply connects to the shaft line like so. On the other end, you will connect a shaft and a propeller to complete the process. This will be shown in the next step. The transmission has a configurable gear ratio which can increase the output but will require the transmission to take more kinetic energy from the shaft line, reducing the output of engine power. Here is the finished product of a steam propeller. The shaft connecting the transmission and propeller is required, but you can extend this shaft if needed.
Okay.
The shaft line can also be used to create a steam drill. All you have to do is add the drill extensions and the drill head to the shaft as shown in this example. The more power you use to operate the drill, the more damage it can deal. We have covered the main parts of the gearbox, so we'll move on to the other power generation option for steam engines, which is the turbine generator. The turbine generator directly takes in steam to produce energy, which is stored in batteries. The turbine pipe connection connects to the steam pipe. The turbine's middle pieces can be connected next, followed by the turbine generator connection, then the turbine generator itself. This example shows the correct pattern.
So the connection, the middle, then the S turbine generator into the turbine generator. Okay. Electric engine. Into the battery. Okay.
The last primary piece to discuss about steam engines is the steam jet. These attach directly to pipes and can provide propulsion in all environments, including space. Compared to other forms of propulsion, they are rather inefficient, but are powerful for their compact size.
So if you're doing space maneuvering and stuff like that, you'd probably want these.
We've covered the general necessities for steam systems, but now we will look at extra parts which can be useful in some cases. First up is the axis shifting gears. This part will allow you to ascend or descend the shaft line, which can be useful for building over other systems or moving a propeller to a more proper level.
Makes sense.
Vents connect to open steam pipes and can be configured to release steam once the pipe pressure reaches a certain threshold. This can be used to limit steam entering pistons or turbines.
Okay.
The steam tank stores steam generated by boilers for later use. These are useful for storing up steam for certain operations such as activated steam jets or having a backup supply of steam in the event that the supplying boiler is destroyed.
Okay.
The last item to be discussed with steam is the valve. It serves as a steam pipe and can be configured to open or close based on pressure behind it or ahead of it. This can be useful to force the storing of steam into steam tanks or to throttle steam pressure entering certain parts of the steam system.
Okay. Oh, that's done. Lasers.
Overview. Lasers are a tech fanatic's best friend, and from the depths, that is no different. Rather than using ammunition, they rely on engine power to create energy. which is then used for the laser's variable offensive and defensive purposes. This guide will go over all of the laser's parts and their functions. Lasers factor in the target's fire resistance rather than armor value for damage. Blocks destroyed by lasers will cause fires that damage adjacent blocks. Lasers quickly lose damage as they travel through water, making them primarily used against and used by non-submarine craft.
It's here nearly at the end of the from the Dev's Bachelor program. I'd call this the essentials, so I'd say this is more of a certificate. But yes.
Multi-purpose laser block. The multi-purpose laser block is the central hub for your laser system and is absolutely necessary. It
Okay.
will display specifications about the whole system, such as the stored energy, how much power the system uses, and the specifications of the laser, such as its intensity and damage. Only one multi-purpose laser block can be used per laser system.
Okay.
Connectors. Connectors allow you to expand the laser system and attach more parts as needed. They connect to any side and are most useful for connecting the system at close range. Laser transceivers, explained later, will be used for connecting parts far away or even to turrets. The
Okay.
connectors in this example will have a use later in the guide. Laser coupler. The laser coupler is the main piece that you will use to attach cavities, which are the main source of power for the laser. They connect to the multi-purpose laser block or connectors. You can also attach Q switches, explained later, to the coupler, which will determine how your laser uses its energy. A laser system can have as many couplers as you'd like.
Okay. So like between like a solid laser and like a pulse or just primary shot, yes? Something like that.
Laser cavity. The laser cavity is where the energy is stored for the laser, and they can attach to couplers. Laser cavities are extended in a line, and you can connect pumps which will supply energy to the cavity. Laser cavities accept the placement of pumps from all sides, except the front and rear. There are other variants of the laser cavity which will be explained after pumps. They can be mixed with laser cavities without any issues. Energy is shared among all cavities connected to the coupler.
Okay.
Laser pump. The laser pump is what provides energy for the laser system. They connect to the laser cavities and convert engine power into energy for the laser system. Laser pumps also come in a 3-meter variant, which acts as 3 individual pumps. You can mix standard and 3-meter pumps together to provide up to 8 pumps for a single cavity.
So these are the individual laser pumps. This is the 3 wide. Okay.
Single input cavity. The single input cavity is a variant of the laser cavity that holds the energy of 4 laser cavities, but only allows 1 pump to be connected to the cavity. These are useful for small-scale lasers or lasers that need more storage, such as a burst-type laser. If possible, use 3-meter pumps to maximize energy generation while using single input cavities.
Okay. Yeah, because you only got the 1, so might as well use the 3 by 1 instead of the 1 by 1.
Storage cavity. The storage cavity is the last variant of the laser cavity. It can't accept laser pumps, but it stores 40 times more energy than the regular laser
Oh,
cavity.
wow.
These are essential for laser systems that need to store a lot of energy, such as burst laser or defensive laser systems. Since the storage cavity does not allow pumps to be connected to it, use standard cavities covered with several pumps to supply the energy required to fill the storage cavity.
Okay. So I wanted to use, I like making more defensive craft too, like just in general in games. So I wanted to add like laser system defense. So that's good to know. So you essentially want it to have a lot of storage, just in case that you get a lot of shells fired at you right away, I'm assuming.
Frequency doubler. Frequency doublers attach to cavities and they increase the intensity of the laser, allowing it to more effectively damage high fire resistance blocks such as stone, alloy, and heavy armor, or to help bypass laser defenses such as smoke and planar shields. The amount that they increase the intensity by strongly depends on the number of pumps across the whole laser system. The more pumps you have, the more frequency doublers you need in order to effectively increase the intensity. The effect of frequency doublers is based on the total amount connected to the laser system, not just on a per cavity line basis.
Okay.
You can have a coupler that only has frequency doublers, making use of tight spaces.
Makes sense.
Destabilizer. Laser destabilizers will increase the energy used per shot of the laser. This provides an upfront damage increase, but you will use more of the cavity's energy consistently, making sustained damage weaker if you have insufficient pumps. Destabilizers will stack and further increase the energy used per shot for that cavity. Destabilizers will only affect the cavity line they are connected to.
So this is probably better for like either pulse lasers or like a single shot. That's my understanding so far.
Q switch. The Q switch is an optional piece that attaches to the coupler and will change the behavior of the emitted laser from a continuous to a
Oh, there you
pulsed
go.
laser. While using at least one Q switch, the laser's raw damage increases, but its intensity decreases. Couplers can accept up to 4 Q switches, and each one attached will increase the speed of which the laser fires while decreasing the energy used. Having 4 Q switches on a coupler compared to 1 Q switch does not make the laser any stronger overall. It only makes it shoot faster. 1 Q switch system is great for high damage lasers, while 4 Q switch systems are better for systems that need rapid fire lasers such as Lamb's nodes, explained in later steps.
Okay.
All couplers of a laser system should use the same number of Q switches.
So it says compared does not make the laser any stronger overall, it just shoots faster. So it's pretty much an equal balance between faster fire rate and reduced damage. So you get the same damage over time, but because like for a munition defense system, you probably want much faster fire rate, obviously, but you're splitting the damage over those individual pulses. Okay.
Output regulator. The output regulator is a more advanced yet optional block that can connect to either the multi-purpose laser block or a connector that is part of the system. It will make energy used per shot be based on the total capacity of the cavities as opposed to the energy remaining, keeping damage consistent as long as there's enough energy. You can even set an energy limit required before the laser will attempt to shoot. This is useful for ensuring maximum damage per shot, or burst lasers that recharge over a period of time. Only one output regulator is required per laser system. The same settings will not work for every laser system, so you will need to experiment to find what works best.
Distributes energy usage across all storage, making shots only use a percentage of energy. So yeah, so instead of each coupler and storage or cavity, sorry, using its own, it splits all of them together.
Laser transceiver.
Ooh.
The laser transceiver acts as both a transmitter and receiver for the laser system. It projects a visual beam that wirelessly connects to another transceiver at any distance in a straight line, even through blocks. This allows you to keep most of a laser system protected inside the hull while connecting laser combiners and Lamb's nodes far away without needing a huge line of connectors.
That's nice.
You can even use transceivers to connect the laser system to turrets. To do this, line up a transceiver to where the laser will go through the bottom center of a turret block, and put a transceiver on the center of the turret to receive it. This allows you to make compact laser turrets, and is almost essential to make an effective craft using laser weaponry. Check out the laser turret prefabs for some examples of configuring transceivers on turrets.
Yeah, because I'm assuming you wouldn't want to build your giant laser battery system in a turret because it seems very breakable. So,
Laser Combiner. Now that we've covered the basics of how to make and connect a laser system, let's get into the fun stuff and make use of it. The main method is through the use of a laser combiner. This takes the energy and converts it into an offensive beam of energy. It's highly accurate and allows for effective anti-aircraft weaponry, especially when placed on turrets. You can have multiple combiners attached to the same laser system. You can configure the color and size of the laser beam by interacting with the laser combiner using Q. This is on a per combiner basis, so you can have the same system fire various colors of beams.
rainbow build.
Laser optics. Laser optics attach to the laser combiner and are crucial for focusing the laser to your needs. They are a standard laser optics and steering optics. The steering optics help retain a large firing angle as the optic line lengthens, but have more attenuation than regular optics. The greater the attenuation, the greater the damage fall-off over distance. Longer optic lines are typically used for long-range engagements due to low attenuation, while shorter optic lines are more effective at engaging swift craft at closer ranges.
Okay.
There are also heavy variants of the optics and steering optics. They are much more durable, but are also heavier and more expensive. Superheating modulator. The superheating modulator is an optional piece that connects to laser combiners. It strengthens fires caused by the laser at the expense of raw damage. Multiple modulators on the same combiner do not stack the effect.
Okay.
As such, only one is necessary per laser combiner.
So this would be good to add in if you're doing like a fire build or something like that. That'd be cool.
Short-range laser combiner. The short-range laser combiner is a special laser combiner that focuses a laser at a reduced range. It is placed like any laser combiner, but no extra optics are required. In exchange for reduced range and accuracy, the short-range laser combiner deals increased damage. You can modify the focus to further amplify raw damage at the cost of range and intensity. Due to the reduced accuracy of this combiner, using pulsed lasers is recommended to effectively damage enemies.
It reminds me of like the front of a gun, like the las cannons for hammer, for some reason.
Laser cutter.
Ooh.
Laser cutters offensively used laser power as a short-range weapon to slice through enemies with tremendous damage and an intensity high enough to bypass most active laser defenses. It requires two laser cutter pieces on the same laser system to be facing one another, but can be any distance apart in a straight line. Unlike transceivers, laser cutters require open space in that straight line, as they will just destroy what's in the way otherwise. Laser cutters will only use continuous, zero-Q switch energy. From where laser cutters are prone to collision damage and are fragile, protecting them with a layer of rubber or general armor is a good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you wanted to do a cutter build, you need to make it super wide because you'd need to fit the enemy ships in there.
LAMS node. The last thing to talk about in this guide is the LAMS, or Laser Anti-Munition System, node. The LAMS node will use the laser system to shoot at incoming missiles and projectiles from cram cannons and APS cannons in an attempt to destroy them in the process. They are configurable to target specific sizes or types of munitions, as well as range, angle, and even color. LAMS nodes require enemy munitions to be detected in order to function. you will need munition warners and/or cameras to detect incoming missiles and cannon shells, or a passive sonar to detect incoming torpedoes.
Cool. Oh, these are individual. I thought it was like one piece. It is not. It is 6 pieces. Cool. Electric engines.
Overview. Electric engines are an alternative to fuel engines. They convert energy into power which can be used for typical fuel engine processes. Basics. Electric engines are simple in their design and only use 2 parts, the electric engine and batteries. The electric engine requires batteries to be connected to the electric engine piece. You can press Q on the electric engine and reduce the maximum output. Batteries consume energy when they're being used, so they need to be recharged. So, how do you recharge them? Fuel engines are adaptable options for recharging batteries. By pressing Q on the main engine block, adjust the battery charge to the amount that seems proper. You can use automated control blocks to change the battery charge level when certain conditions are met. This is useful for providing additional charge when needed. Steam engines can provide energy for batteries through either turbine generators or shaft generators. Large steam systems provide copious amounts of energy for even the largest electrical engines.
So you would want to use probably steam or something, whichever efficient way to do it to power your electrics. Or you could technically use RTGs too.
RTGs produce less
Well, there you
power
go.
per volume compared to other options and are expensive to place, but they offer this energy for free. By using RTGs and an electric engine, you can create a fully self-sustained craft.
Nice.
You can also transfer energy from one vehicle to another using resource management. Make sure that the craft you intend to receive the energy is set to keep all energy, and the one to send the energy is set to keep only a portion. This is useful for small craft that do not have room for their own energy generators and can utilize a carrier of sorts to provide it.
Okay. Ooh, making an aircraft carrier would be fun if you had like little drone craft.
All electric engine components are vulnerable to EMP damage. Consider protecting the electrical engine in EMP-resistant materials such as wood or stone. Surge protectors can also be used to attract and absorb EMP damage. Since surge protectors will attract EMP damage, it's wise to put them away from the electrical engine components to ensure that excess EMP damage does not easily carry over to them.
Okay. So it's a lightning rod, but if the lightning rod gets overwhelmed, it'll just transition it over to the engine.
Batteries weigh more than metal blocks. This makes them better when placed lower in the deck of a ship to help keep the center of mass lower, thus making the ship more stable.
Makes sense. And then the next one is the AI deep dive.
I've taken control of the camera for the duration of this tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about setting up an AI for a fighter plane from scratch. If you understand these fundamentals, you'll have no problem using these skills to automate any vehicle type you like. A version of the Deepwater Guard Duster has been spawned. I've stripped out its AI behaviors, AI maneuvers, and PID controls. We're going to add them back in. One easy way to access the AI mainframe interface is via the AI control interface. We can open this by pressing C. Press C now. In this interface we have a quick way of toggling between AI behaviors or toggling weapons on and off, that kind of thing. We want to transition into the AI mainframe interface, and we do that by clicking on the Duster for AI (Husk).
Turn on firing on and
Each
off.
mainframe comes with one free behavior slot. We have the ability to add up to 3 behaviors, as we have 2 additional routine cards placed into the card slots on the mainframe. Let's add a behavior now. Click the Add Behavior button. Let's add the aerial bombing behavior.
It says bombing behavior, but it's not the same, but that's fine. Attack with flyover.
You'll notice that the aerial UI editor has opened up with a load of settings you can choose from. The key to success with AI is taking the time to adjust at each step. Let's set the flyover height to 50 meters. This means that we always pass over at least 50 meters above the target. Now set the begin attack run when beyond to 500 meters. That means we will disengage and fly half a kilometer away before we return for another pass.
Okay.
That'll give us time to reload our missiles and bomb. That'll do for now. Let's move on to the Adjustments tab. The importance of the Adjustments tab cannot be overstated. It's here that the waypoints from the behavior are adjusted before they reach the maneuver phase. If you want to ensure a submarine stays underwater, or a plane stays away from land, water and space, then this is where you must do it. First, let's ensure that under Select Vehicle Type, we put it into In Air. This is extremely important that we do this for planes, or they will try and course correct to avoid land and shipping rather than flying over it. Now
Okay.
let's set the altitude preferences. This is one of the most important things that we need to do. The AI takes the position that the behavior gives it and adjusts it to be no higher than maximum altitude X. Then we adjust that position to be at least Y meters above land, then further adjust the position to ensure it
Yeah,
is
so
at
it's like a
least 7
min-max,
meters
okay.
above water. Let's keep the plane below 400 meters. Set the maximum altitude to 400. Let's not fly less than 50 meters above land. Set min altitude above land to 50. And let's not fly less than 30 meters above water.
Oh, 30.
Set min altitude above water to 30. Now let's move on to the Maneuver tab. On the Maneuver tab, we select the maneuver routine that we want the vehicle to use. Each type of vehicle has a maneuver routine which is most appropriate for it. The maneuver routine takes the adjusted waypoint coming from the behavior via the adjuster and tries to maneuver the vehicle to that waypoint by making calls to the forward backward, strafe left right, hover up down, roll left right, pitch up down, and yaw left right propulsion axes of the vehicle. The jets, control surfaces, propellers, etc. can be set up to respond when these axes are stimulated by the AI or by the player.
Okay.
You can have as many
So call and
maneuvers as you
receive
like.
events, pretty much.
A vehicle without a maneuver routine will not move at all. A vehicle with a maneuver routine but no behavior routine can be manually ordered around, but will never fight autonomously. Now we will add a maneuver routine. Click the Add Maneuver button. The plane now springs into action. It's in auto mode, which means it's executing its behavior, but because there are no enemies, the behavior is bypassed and it will just circle its last waypoint, which is its spawn point. Now we will look at the customization for the maneuver routine. Like the behavior, there are lots of settings we want to get right. We are an anti-surface plane with missiles and a large bomb, so we want to point directly at our target. Set Start Turning when angle deviation is over to 0 degrees to ensure that we are constantly maintaining our bearing to the target. As we are an agile plane with ailerons and a rudder, we want to be able to do banking turns, but only when we need to turn by a large angle. Set Roll to Turn if angle deviation is over to 30 degrees to ensure that if we are more than 30 degrees away from our desired heading, we start or continue a banking turn. But we don't want to
Gotcha.
ditch when we do a banking turn, so limit the maximum roll angle to 85 degrees, which will mean we climb a bit whilst doing a turn. Our plane is nimble and we want to be sure we are pointing directly at our target, so untoggle the Use Velocity instead of Forward option. This option can be useful for keeping a heavy vehicle without natural lift on track, but you should only use it if you are sure it is helping. When the plane is idling before or after combat, it will typically try to reach the last position it was ordered to, or the position it was spawned at. When doing this, or when following manual waypoints, we don't want the plane to perform endless tight spirals around these waypoints. Increase wander distance to 250 meters to allow the plane to spread its wings a bit. The order complete distance can be adjusted to 50 meters to stop the plane needing to directly hit the waypoints it's moving to. This isn't essential, but it will help a bit when following a long chain of manual waypoints.
So it doesn't
Now
have to
let's head
turn
the
around
Equip
if it
tab.
misses
I'm
any,
going to
because it can't
rearrange the
turn that
user
deeply.
interface a bit for you now.
Okay. So like we actually saw that with the boats, where like if you put multiple waypoints, if it can't turn fast enough, it'll have to turn around and actually go back to hit that waypoint. So that's what that is.
The plane is going pretty berserk. It's struggling to control itself, constantly overcompensating and oscillating. The PID tab is where we fix this. The solution is to enable the use of our 3 AI PID blocks for roll, pitch and yaw. Note that I've already placed the 3 required AI PID blocks on the plane for us. The PID system stands for proportional, integral
And derivative. Yep.
These systems allow the plane to compensate not just for the current error in, for example, roll, but also the future error, which is the derivative, and the accumulated past error, called the integral. We will not be using the integral term in this tutorial. It's never strictly essential to stable flight and often makes things worse. Now we're going to go into these PIDs and edit them to increase the stability. We will start with the pitch controller as the plane is still jerking up and down. PIDs default to a gain of 0.1, an integral time set so high that the integral is effectively ignored, and a derivative time of 1.5 seconds. Starting with the derivative, that means we predict what the pitch will be in 1.5 seconds and correct for that. If set correctly, this will avoid us overshooting. If we overdo it, it will stop us making our pitch correction in a timely manner. We can see from the graph that the blue line, which is the output sent to the pitch up down control axis, is spiking between maximum and minimum very quickly. This isn't good. It's making us quite unstable, and if we were using jets, then we'd be wasting a lot of materials running them on full power. So the blue line is showing us that we have an issue. The green line is showing error in pitch between the pitch the vehicle is at and the pitch it wants to be at. We want the green line to always be 0. When it jumps away from 0, that means the aircraft is demanding a different pitch to control altitude or perform a banking turn. We need to tune the system so that the green line returns to 0 as quickly as possible with a minimum of fuss. This little plane is so nimble that we can start or stop our pitching motions very quickly. That means we only need to correct for the predicted pitch a very short time in the future to avoid overshooting the desired pitch and oscillating.
Okay.
Let's set the derivative time to 0.1 seconds. The integral term can usually be ignored. It corrects for previously accumulated errors, and as such might be good for helping to stabilize a plane that is unbalanced and constantly pulling up or down, or correcting the hovering altitude of a vehicle falling due to gravity. The gain term is a multiplier for the output. It's fine on 0.1 for this vehicle, but for some other vehicles you might want to reduce it even further. Let's close this PID interface down for now.
It's still kind of not exactly working well, but...
And now open up the yaw PID editor. Once again we find that the derivative time is too high. When the AI wants to perform a significant yawing motion, a large derivative time will dampen the response and increase the time it takes to turn. The vehicle can be ruined by having a derivative time that is too high. We can see that the derivative time is too high because every time the plane turns around, the green line, which is the yaw error, jumps up and takes a very long time to go back to 0. While this is happening, we can see that the output, which is the blue line, is spiking high and low. What we want to see is the green line jump as the AI requests a new angle, and then the blue output should jump to correct that error. The green line should then move quickly to 0, possibly overshooting slightly, and then return to 0 and stay there. That's the goal of a PID. Let's try the derivative time on 0 seconds, just to see what happens. On 0 seconds, the derivative term is ignored, and we see oscillations in the green line, which is the yaw error. These oscillations will never go away, as we have basically disabled all the useful functions of the PID. So let's try another value. Let's try it on 0.3 seconds. On 0.3 seconds, the oscillation is quickly brought down under control. We're happy with that. Spend a while inspecting the graphs as the plane does turns to check you are happy with how to interpret the graphs. When you are ready, let's close this yaw PID interface down.
Yeah, it still spikes really hard though. But might just be the way that it's built. Yeah. Here. That's weird. Okay.
Now open up the roll PID editor. The roll PID is being used in a different way. We now see a red line representing the roll angle the AI wants to go to, and the green line is now the actual roll of our aircraft. The goal is for the green line to follow the red line. With a derivative time of 1 second, we can see that the green line is not very good at following the red line, and the output, in blue, is all over the place. Set the derivative time to 0.1 seconds. The green line now much more closely follows the red request, and the blue output is nicely under control. Let's move on. Now close down all
Oh,
the
that's
user
such a smoother
interfaces.
turn now. Nice.
In order to better understand what our AI is doing, we can activate Path View.
Ooh.
To show the mouse cursor and allow activation of Path View, press the middle mouse button. Now, activate Path View. With Path View active, we see the waypoint that the plane is moving to in purple. We also see in
Oh,
green
that's cool.
the
I like
exact
that.
point that the behavior and adjuster
So you
has
can
told the
really
maneuver to
tune
go
it.
to. Now we're going to spawn in an enemy and watch our plane in action. Its missiles are configured to fire when it is at close range. It has a focus on forward detection to help it aim those missiles. It has a bomb that is launched up and over when it is within range. It might take a few passes to score a direct hit on a target, but the
Oh,
plane
those are the
should control
bombs?
itself
No,
well.
those are exhausts.
Note that when a plane perfectly controls itself, it becomes a bit of an easy target. You'll be made invincible. Here it comes. Kill the Vanguard.
Oh, so they got like a reverse launch. That's cool. So where's the bomb? Oh. I thought that was the missile. Oh, they're there. Nice. Wait, no, those are the missiles. Where's the bomb? Oh, in here, I see. So it's almost like you don't want the plane to be too stable. Wait, where is it going? There we go. Get him. Okay, so those are the missiles. The one that launches up is the bomb, but I don't think I've ever seen that hit yet. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, interesting. There it is, yeah. It is cool though. Like just having like a airstrike aircraft pretty much. Although the bomb missile seems to be not as effective here. I know you can put magnets on things. I've seen that in like videos and stuff, so it might be good to put like a magnet on the
We've
top
reached
of
the
that
end
bomb
the
missile.
tutorial now. I hope you've learned about how the behavior, the adjuster, and the maneuver parts of the AI interact, and learned that the PID controllers can be used to stabilize your vehicles. I recommend you learn to configure every maneuver routine so that you can pick the best one for your vehicle. Then learn what each of the behavior routines do and how best to configure them. If this is all too complex for you, you can always fall back on the simple plug-and-play AI cards, which will get any vehicle going pretty easily. Note also that you can copy the settings from an AI mainframe in a vehicle that has a good AI and paste it into your own vehicle. Control C and Control V are the copy and paste keys, and these work in build mode. Well done, this tutorial is complete.
Cool. Alright, let's see what we got. Well, oh, we missed particle cannons.
Overview. The particle accelerator cannon, commonly known as the PAC, is a powerful weapon that fires a burst of energy to deal damage in various methods. They are constructed by creating lines of tubes from the ports on the main piece. The longer the tubes are, the more powerful the corresponding beam will be. This guide will go over the basics of creating a PAC. PACs use energy for their operation, so batteries are a necessity to operate them. Make sure you have a way to charge the batteries, whether it's by fuel engines, steam engines, or RTGs. The lens is the core component of the PAC and is where you will attach all of the tubes that will power the PAC. You can also adjust various settings here, mainly the type of damage the PAC will use and the settings that will determine its range, fire rate, and angle allowance. You can even change the color of the beam here. There are several different types of lenses which have their own advantages and disadvantages. Use the lens that best fits the situation.
So it's pretty much just a particle accelerator.
Particle tube. The pipes of the particle cannon store the energy of the PAC. The more tubes you have, the more damage the PAC will generally do. You will want to place as many tubes as you can in order to increase the potential of the PAC. Particle tube corners will allow you to change the direction.
Well, it is a particle accelerator. Yeah, particle accelerator cannon. Even though they just call it a particle cannon.
In a beam being emitted from the tube, possibly damaging internals. See the next steps for how to resolve this issue. The tube terminator is placed at the end of a particle tube and prevents the tube itself from firing energy, thus making the pipe safe. If you have a particle tube lined deep into your hull, then you will most likely use the terminator for it.
Yeah, imagine that breaks though, and then you're just beaming the inside of your own ship.
You can use the particle input ports to feed the particle tube back into another open port on the main PAC piece. This greatly reduces attenuation but also lowers the initial base damage. It's best suited for long-range lenses, and since it requires a second port, it can't be used on a short-range lens. Using this piece is not a requirement for any PAC.
Okay.
Know your pipes. Each string of pipes contributes to firing a beam when the PAC fires. This means you can make your PAC fire one powerful beam or a few smaller ones. Keep this in mind when constructing your PAC. Multiple, weaker beams is generally better with the piercing damage type, while impact, EMP, and explosive shock damage types will benefit more from larger, singular shots.
That's cool.
The PAC melee lens is a special lens type that requires a second melee PAC to be made alongside it. When activated and configured with another melee PAC, they will generate a beam that will slice through anything in its way. The projected beam can be configured to arc out further or angle in desired ways. Be careful when you set the beam to active, since it will immediately consume energy and destroy blocks in its path. Only do this after you have it set up. Don't forget to actually activate it.
That's funny. Oh wow, that was fast. Okay. Alright, the essentials have been completed. I guess let's do the ship guide part of basics.
Overview. Building boats in From the Depths is basically a necessity due to the nature of the game. Boats commonly consist of using propellers, rudders, air pumps, and creating a hull that can support it all. In this guide, we will look at the basic requirements to build your first boat.
Alright.
Starting foundation. Every boat needs a starting foundation for which it will float upon. For this boat, we will just be using a flat surface like this. Different takes on boat designs will have various foundations in which they will be built upon. Wider foundations allow for a boat to be a bit more stable without capsizing. Build up the sides.
You could also add
Building
extensions
a
like
two-dimensional boat with
floats
just a foundation
or
greatly
pontoons.
limits how you can build on it. Add some height to it with some walls on the sides. Sealing off the stern. Just like the sides, sealing off the stern or rear of the ship is essential to create an enclosed hull. It will also serve to place your propulsion. Propellers. Propellers are commonly used to propel boats through the water. They only work while in the water and have a considerable amount of force applied. Propellers require engine power to operate.
Okay.
Rudders. The rudder will allow the ship to turn and is typically placed at the stern of the ship. Unlike propellers, they do not require engine power to operate. One rudder can steer a large ship, but having more than one provides redundancy in the case that one gets destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
You will want your rudders placed in line with your center of mass. Placing them too high or low will cause a ship to tilt when turning, and in extreme cases, cause it to capsize completely.
I think that's probably more of an issue if you're doing like fast boats or like hydrofoils, maybe.
Shape the bow. Shaping the bow, or the front of your boat, is essential to it achieving a higher top speed. A bow properly shaped with slopes and corners will cause less drag than a flat wall. The more sloped and sleek your bow is, the higher the speed you can achieve. Adding a keel. Boats made entirely out of wood are rather light and may sit too high out of the water, causing them to be unstable. Adding a keel composed of metal and lead will lower the center of mass and also help the boat sink down in the water. Keels can vary or even not be required based on the layout of the boat's hull and its internal components.
Mm-hmm.
Controlling your boat. If you intend to manually control your boat, then you will need to have a controller of some sort. Both the ship's wheel and vehicle controller suffice for controlling a boat. Adding a chair close to the controller will lock your character in place to allow you to focus on controlling the boat. Air pump. The air pump will create sections of air in your hull which will increase the buoyancy of the boat. Its effectiveness is based on how large of an area is involved that the air pump is occupied in. The air pump must not be exposed to water or have leaks in the space it is occupying. Otherwise, the pump will cease to work. They do not require power, and they can be set to listen to AI controls as well.
No power usage is nice. I wonder if we can add hull break sections too. There's another term for it. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Like bulkhead systems, pretty much. That'd probably be good just in case you get flooded. Or like part of your hull takes damage.
Add your engine. With everything on the boat set in place, we can now place an engine to power the propellers, and with that, the boat is complete. From here, you can continue to add to the boat, such as adding material boxes and weapons. This boat is a general example that can be taken to larger sizes.
Okay.
There are some additional parts that are not required for a functioning boat, but they may serve to allow niche builds or to bolster the effectiveness of a design. Continue to learn more. Extras. Turn, pitch propellers. Propellers can be used for more than forward and reverse propulsion. They can be set up on the frontal and rear sides of a boat and can turn it. You can also place propellers on the lower part of the hull on the front or rear to help adjust the pitch. This is useful for creating submarines.
Yep.
Extras. Hydrofoils. Hydrofoils are adjustable pieces that can adjust the pitch of a boat. They only work while the boat is in motion, similar to how wings work for planes. They don't require engine power to work and can be controlled by the AI. Extras. Paddles. Paddles are a more technical type of propulsion that require placement on spin blocks to use. As paddles are moving through water, they will create force based upon the speed that the paddle is moving. Paddles further from the core spin block contribute more force. Since spin blocks can be given commands for certain drives, they can be controlled both manually and by the AI. Paddles do not require engine power to use, but get stronger if the spin block has motor drive applied to it.
Okay. That's funny that you can make a paddle boat, though. I like that.
Extras. Large rudder. Large rudders are an advanced type of rudder that attaches to spin blocks and will provide force based on the size and rotation of the rudder. They can be built to large sizes, so even the largest of your ships can be handled. They require angle control to be set up for the spin block that contains the rudder.
Okay, so it's more advanced. Like you actually have to have turn control on it. Okay. So this is in-game. This is just manuals. Okay, yeah. I think we did all of this. Can fire, can't fire. So this looks like more of an overview of the stuff that we've already went over. Control blocks, launch pad, missile block, laser emitter. Okay. Boats. Just trying to see if we missed anything. Let's do steam engines first here, and then we'll do the other two. Oh, is there no inventory with this? Wait, I think it I think it broke. I think it was supposed to be building on this, not on whatever this is. Yeah. There we go. Uh-oh. We just have a free-floating block now. We have a ship on our ship. Just kind of hanging out there, I guess. So it sounds like it's supposed to be reading, but it's not. It even has the speech volume adjuster. So let's see if I can just do this myself here. So we want the gearbox. I can't see. It doesn't... Okay, hold on. I think it's bugged. Okay, I'm not going to skip anything and see if it works. Doesn't look like it, though. Okay. This tutorial will show you how to place a working steam engine that burns material to create power. Steam engines can create engine power, battery power, or a mixture of both. It all starts with the steam control block, which is already placed for you. There are two size variants of the steam engine. For this tutorial, we'll use the small variant. We'll start by placing a small boiler to produce steam to drive the rest of the components. Okay. Open the inventory, steam engine tab, small steam controller. Select boiler small. Okay. And we're going to do 4 in a line. You have a working steam production. We now have working steam production, the main. That doesn't make sense. Next, we'll grab the gearbox and crank. System that uses it. Gearbox small. Marked it in black. Okay. So I'm assuming are we connecting it this way? know if we're connecting it vertically or not. I think so. They produce engine power depending on the amount of kinetic force stored in the crank. Now we need to place some cased crank pieces. Small cased crank. And the pistons. Small pistons. So we need to turn them. Wait, I thought. There we go, right? Yeah, it has to be like that. And then this side. Once the pistons have steam piping connected to the back of them, the gearbox will start to produce engine power as the crank rotates. For now, though, we will look for the battery production components and connect the steam piping later. Okay, so we need the turbine generator. Small turbine generator. And this is, I'm assuming, in the steam connection part, right? Dark purple. Okay. Oops. It's weird with the camera changing the controls on me here. So I'm assuming we need it facing this way. There we go. Turbine generator needs turbine housing to spin the generator to produce battery power. Well, you don't need the front or end turbine housing variants. The blocks need to be facing outwards away from the generator. Okay, so we need the middle. 3 middles out of the back of both turbine generators. Huh. I thought you needed a connection piece for that. Now it's time to connect the pistons and turbines to the boiler via steam piping so that they can function. You will need to use different variants of the steam piping for this, ensuring that there's no steam leaks at the end. Okay. Steam engines, steam piping. So I'm assuming we need a 3-way pipe here. There we go. And we're gonna need a. I guess I should alt end this to make it a bit easier. Oh, you have to do them in order. Okay. Guess I'll just do the 1 meter here in case. Then we need the curve. Rotate. Oh, I guess I want to put a T pipe here instead. There we go, because we're going to eventually want to connect these to here. So we're going to need one more, followed by a corner. And then if I remember correctly on how to rotate this through, we want it this way. This way. That way. And there we go. And that was the most efficient way of doing it, they said, I think. Is feeding one into the other like that. Open the inventory with E and select the Steam Engines tab. Select Gearbox Small and the small wheel. Dark green, okay, yeah. Then we're gonna need... The wheel can be used to drive up to 4 crankshaft generators. Okay. So we're gonna have one on this side, one on the other side. Well done. In time, you will find the combinations and placements of blocks that either suits you or the engine power or battery power requirements. Note that single larger boilers of both variants are more effective for material burn than multiple smaller ones with more steam controllers. The single boiler will have a slower heating time than multiple boilers, however. Yeah, so it'll take a longer time to heat up, but once it's heated, you gain way more. You can use pressure release valves to get rid of excess pressure, as well as show that your vehicle is steam powered. Oh, like just for like visuals. I'm all done. Tutorial is complete. Nice. Look at that. That's pretty good. So is this working? Because my understanding of this was different on how they described it before. Like if I go small boiler, or not boiler, sorry. My brain. Wait, where was it? It wasn't the gearbox. It was the turbine. That's what I'm looking for. Turbine generator. This one connects to the power. Yeah. So it's actually supposed to be like that. And then yeah, and then this is on this side. Like that. Right? Yep. Now it's creating energy, battery energy. Okay. I was confused why it said to use all the middle parts. Huh. Weird. But hey, it works. Made our first little steam engine. Nice. Alright, what else we got? Fuel engine.
Overview. The fuel engine is the most standard of the engine types to power your vehicle. As the name implies, it uses fuel and converts it to power, which is used for the craft's various functions. They can also charge batteries. Due to the versatility of the fuel engine, it will be your go-to engine for most craft. This guide will go over how to construct a basic engine.
Okay.
Fuel engine generator. The fuel engine generator is the main block for a fuel engine and is absolutely necessary. It is here that you connect the crankshaft, and it also controls the additional perks of the fuel engine to alter its behavior. Keep in mind the beginners should not have to worry much about the additional settings, as fuel engines will operate perfectly fine in nearly all cases with the default settings.
Okay.
You can press Q on the fuel engine generator block to adjust the maximum drive of the engine, as well as its power used to charge batteries.
Mhm.
Crankshaft and adapters. The crankshaft is a vital asset of the engine. It is placed in a straight line in front of the fuel engine generator and allows the placement of cylinders and radiators. Crankshaft adapters connect to all sides of the crankshaft and serve to widen the placement of cylinders and radiators. They will not connect to other adapters. These are optional to use, and our sample engine in this guide will not include them. Cylinders. Cylinders are the next vital asset to your engine. They connect to the crankshaft on all sides and will be where you connect carburetors, fuel injectors, exhausts, and radiators. Cylinders without fuel injectors or carburetors attached provide minimal power production. As cylinders produce power, they will also generate heat. The hotter the cylinder is, the less power it can produce. Once it reaches 95 degrees centigrade, it will overheat and lose all power output until it cools down. Use exhaust attached to cylinders or attach radiators to reduce the heat of cylinders. More details on these will be provided in later steps.
Okay.
Carburetors. The next option for your engine is your main power source that will connect to the cylinders. Carburetors are the more fuel-efficient choice for powering fuel engines. They allow the attachment of superchargers and turbochargers, which will be detailed in later steps. Carburetors attach to cylinders and will support connecting to cylinders on all sides except for the top side with the round concave. A carburetor can connect to multiple cylinders at once and benefits them without any penalties. The carburetor version of the fuel engine will be used for most of this guide, but the next section briefly talks about fuel injectors, which provide more power but are less efficient.
I'm assuming you generally want efficiency, especially when you start the game and you don't have a lot of materials.
Fuel injectors. Fuel injectors are the more power-dense option for fuel engines. They can connect to up to 2 cylinders and provide triple the power output of a single carburetor. This can allow quite compact designs to have a strong power output. However, they are not fuel efficient and do not allow further efficiency gains through the use of turbochargers or superchargers. Both explained later. Due to how fuel injectors connect to multiple cylinders, their layouts greatly differ from your standard carburetor engines.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Exhaust pipes. Pipes are vital in nearly every engine design out there. They attach to cylinders on all sides and will reduce the heat produced by cylinders, carrying gas that can be used by parts explained later in this guide. The more pipes you have on each cylinder, the more heat that will be mitigated, thus resulting in a higher constant power output. Pipes require at least one block of clearance in order to be effective. Depending on the number of carburetors or fuel injectors attached, cylinders may need more than one exhaust to be properly cooled. Plan your engine with this in mind.
So it's going to be really cool to try and make like as efficient engine as possible later on. It's definitely not going to be my goal right away before I experiment off the bat, but combining the exhaust into the superchargers and turbochargers. Yeah.
Routing exhaust. You can connect pipes from multiple cylinders, even from other fuel engines, and make one route for them. This greatly helps with managing where the exhaust is emitted. Connecting exhausts together will combine the gas that they carry. There are many different types of pipes that can be used to connect your exhaust in essentially all ways possible. Route the exhaust outside. If exhausts are routed to where there is a clear line of sight out and away from the craft, they will gain a large boost to their cooling potential for cylinders. To seamlessly route pipes outside through a vehicle's armor, consider using hull pipes. They are more durable and even contribute to armor stacking for reinforcement. Superchargers. We've covered all of the critical aspects of a fuel engine, so let's cover ways to improve the fuel efficiency of the engine. Superchargers are designed for large engines intended to run at a low RPM. They connect to the top and sides of carburetors, and a single supercharger can connect to multiple carburetors at once. The more superchargers connected to carburetors, the better the efficiency they will provide. This efficiency decreases as the engine runs harder. Remember that you can set a maximum drive on the engine by pressing Q on the fuel engine generator and using the slider for the maximum drive. This will limit the engine's RPM, which can let you get more out of it.
So you can force it to run at a lower RPM, which will boost the superchargers higher. And I'm assuming the same thing goes for the turbo.
Cylinder turbochargers. Cylinder turbochargers work in the opposite fashion of superchargers. They connect to both the cylinder and the carburetor and increase in efficiency as the engine runs at higher RPMs. The harder the engine works, the more effective turbochargers are. Turbochargers also act as exhausts, which help to cool the cylinder they are connected to. You can connect exhaust piping to them just like you would directly connecting to the cylinder. Make sure the protruding pipe on the top silver part looks like it's connected to the carburetor. Otherwise, the turbocharger will just act like an exhaust. Highlighting the block will show if it's connected to the cylinder and carburetor.
Yeah, you can see it there.
Carbureted turbochargers. Carbureted turbochargers are a variant of the turbocharger that relies on exhaust gases being supplied to it. It is connected at the bottom by exhaust piping. The round silver part of the turbocharger is connected to a carburetor, similar to the cylinder turbocharger, and it has an exhaust outlet for you to further pipe the exhaust as you see fit. The more exhaust gases that feed into it, the more efficiency it provides, especially at higher RPMs. Carbureted turbochargers have a limit on how much they benefit from exhaust gases passed to them. As such, your engine design may need to vary to get the most out of multiple turbochargers. Radiators. The last fuel engine piece we'll talk about are radiators. They connect to cylinders, the crankshaft, or other radiators. They help to cool down the cylinders, which can lead to increased power production. Their effectiveness depends on how many cylinders are on the engine. The more cylinders there are, the more radiators you'll need to increase their effective cooling. With enough radiators, it's possible to keep an engine cool without needing any pipes.
Oh, wow.
Check out some of the engine prefabs to see this in action. An engine for every occasion. There is no perfect engine design that will fit the needs for every craft you intend to make. Building a transport ship that needs to go a long way on a little fuel? Make a large engine running at low RPMs using superchargers to get the most out of your fuel. Need a power-dense engine to power that laser craft? Use some fuel injectors and plenty of exhaust or radiators to pack in the power. Want some effectiveness of both? Build a hybrid carburetor engine that uses a mixture of superchargers and turbochargers. Build the engine to your needs and experiment to find what works best.
That's cool. Custom jets.
Overview. Custom jets, otherwise known as CJEs, are multi-block systems for creating large amounts of propulsive force to make even the largest of craft move. They consume only fuel for their propulsion, which can allow you to divert engine power to other systems. This guide will go over how to construct a basic custom jet. The small custom jet engine is built in the same way as a large variant. It has a lower output, but its size means it can fit in smaller spaces.
I'm assuming it also burns less material. Yeah, it does. 1.1 to 3.84.
Jet controller. We'll start off with the jet controller, since it is the primary piece of the custom jet. It is here that you will attach the air intakes, combustors, and compressors. It will also list the amount of force and fuel use the jet will take at 100% power. You can press Q on the jet controller to adjust the power scale and behavior of the CJE as a whole.
Okay.
Jet combustor. Next, we will add on the jet combustor, which is placed behind the jet controller or compressors, to be explained later. This is the part that provides the raw force of the jet alongside its fuel usage. The more combustors you have, the more force that will be provided and the more fuel it will use. Extra combustor. The extra combustor attaches to the top, bottom, and sides of a combustor and serves to provide a small increase to force while also slightly increasing fuel usage. On a large CJE, a combustor surrounded by 4 extra combustors provides 40% more force and fuel usage than a combustor by itself. On a small CJE, it provides 80% more instead.
Oh, wow. 80% more. But it does cost more materials per second on it to give that bonus. 0.45 instead of... I guess not. It is 0.1 versus 0.2 combustor. Yeah, I guess this is less efficient technically.
Fuel injector. The fuel injector functions just like the extra compressor, except it provides twice as much force and uses twice as much fuel. They are more than twice as expensive as extra compressors, so use them only if you need the extra power. On a large CJE, a combustor connected to 4 fuel injectors provides 80% more thrust and fuel usage than a combustor by itself. On a small CJE, it provides 160% more instead. Compressor. Compressors attach to the front or rear of the jet controller and serve to increase the efficiency of the force provided by combustors without increasing fuel usage. The efficiency bonus they provide is based off how many combustors there are. The more combustors, the less efficiency bonus that the compressor provides. Just like combustors, you can have as many compressors as you'd like.
So you could make like one super jet engine pretty much with a lot of compressors. That's cool.
Extra compressor. Extra compressors work like extra combustors and compressors. They attach to the top, bottom, and sides of a compressor in order to strengthen the current compressor they're attached to. On a large CJE, a combustor surrounded by 4 extra combustors provides 40% more efficiency than a compressor by itself. On a small CJE, it provides 80% more instead. Air intake. The air intake attaches to the front end of the CJE and is important for keeping a 100% base efficiency. It requires 8 meters or blocks of clearance in front of it in order to retain maximum efficiency. Without any clearance or lack of air intake, the CJE's efficiency is 70%. Only one air intake can productively be placed. Providing partial clearance, such as 4 blocks or 6 blocks of open space in front of the air intake, provides partial efficiency gains. You can use an air duct in front of the CJE and it will not inhibit the air intake's effectiveness. This is useful for reinforcing the front of the CJE.
I was going to say, so if you have 8 blocks of clearance, you could technically have these in the inside of your ship hull, which is kind of funny. If you're making a larger ship, that is.
Air intake add-on. The air intake add-on works just like the other add-ons for the other CJE parts. It attaches to the top, bottom, and sides of the air intake and further increases overall efficiency of the CJE. Just like the main air intake, they must have 8 meters, or blocks, of clearance to provide the maximum bonus. On both a small and large CJE, an air intake surrounded by 4 add-ons will provide an additional 10% efficiency. This is independent from the main intake's efficiency multiplier.
Okay.
Exhaust. The exhaust is the last piece of the CJE. It is placed at the rear of the jet and provides an extra 10% efficiency to the CJE. While the exhaust is not actually needed, it does serve to protect the core pieces of the jet.
Oops. All right. Just want to see. Missiles. Oh, it's an external guide.
Hey guys, Ballpark Keenan here, and today
Oh my goodness. Okay. So this is the same stuff we've been over already. Smoke and shields reduce the AP of incoming but not outgoing lasers. Oh, smoke is all lasers. Okay. Heavy smoke is an 85% reduction. The effect of smoke is reduced as the vehicle speed increases. Okay. The effect is generally smaller than smoke for shields for slow vehicles, but is not reduced by speed. It also stacks with smoke, but is subject to the same diminishing returns. So you could do like an 85-85 if you wanted to do something super tanky. Okay. Same with the cram cannon. Let's take a look. I kind of want to make like an incendiary cram cannon. I think that'd be pretty fun. Yeah, we went over all this already. Man, let's auto loaders. Yep, we did that one. All right, missiles.
Overview. Missiles are among the easiest of the weapon systems for a beginner to build, but will be used by even the masters. While they're costly in both materials and ammo, they're compact and flexible in both offensive and defensive purposes. This guide will go over the pieces and the basic construction of a missile system. Missile Controller. The missile controller is the primary piece of any missile system. It controls the behaviors for the missile system as a whole and is the hub for attaching connectors. You can press Q on the missile controller to bring up field of fire restrictions, which you will find important for many types of missiles. You can also adjust what behavior to use for firing missiles.
Oh my goodness. So I know we technically went over some of the missile stuff earlier in the basics, but I want to do this one too, just to see if there's anything that they have here that we didn't have previously.
Connectors. Connectors do as they say. They connect various parts of the missile system together, primarily the connecting of missile launch pads. Launch pads, gantries. Launch pads are the base of any missile and come in 4 variants: small, medium, large, and huge. Each type has their purpose, so choose the one that fits your situation the most. Gantries connect to launch pads and extend the length of the missile in the launch pad. Rail launcher. Rail launchers are a variant of the launch pad that have minimal drag and allow gantry connections behind the launch pad as well as the front.
Oh.
The downside is that they do not allow ejectors to connect to them. Choose your length. You can make missiles as long or as short as you want. You can add more modules to a missile as it increases in length, but they will also be slower and less maneuverable without appropriate compensation. Ejectors. Ejectors attach to the launch pad of the missile, and they increase the launch speed of the missile. This helps the missile move away from the craft that fires it, and is quite useful for creating ejected bombs from planes to hit opposing ships faster, or to launch flares and radar/sonar decoys away from the craft. You can attach multiple ejectors onto a launch pad for more launch speed.
Okay. So it looks like you can technically connect 4.
Identify friend or foe add-on. This module, which can be called the IFF module for short, is essentially a requirement for any missile system when fleet-on-fleet battles are present. It prevents the system's missiles from targeting friendly ships, and also prevents Allied defensive systems from firing at them, even if they're flares or decoys. This module should always be added to a system, with the exception of one, using unguided magnetic bombs. The IFF module will not prevent magnets from targeting Allied craft.
See, I'm gonna definitely forget this one at one point, and we're gonna missile our own ships. I'm already seeing it in the future.
Staggered Fire Add-on. By default, all missiles on a connected system will fire simultaneously. The Staggered Fire add-on adds a configurable delay to the firing of the missiles, up to 5 seconds apart. This allows you to fire the missiles in a stream rather than all at once. Multiple Staggered Fire add-ons can be used on a system, compounding their effects. However, one is enough for almost every scenario. Laser emitters. Laser emitters
here,
are
we didn't
used for
see these.
laser designators and laser beam rider missiles. They will point at an enemy vehicle, and the laser-guided missiles will target that craft. Laser emitters can be figured to control missiles only from the system they're on, all missiles on the craft, or even missiles from other friendly craft. This flexibility means you can place a missile controller with only a laser emitter and have it target enemies for your main missile batteries. Laser emitters can be disrupted by smoke, so be cautious when constructing your own craft or facing an enemy with a lot of smoke.
Laser emitter and laser missile painter. Okay. So like we could make like an actual like ICBM sub that's super far away with like huge missiles, and have like a combat CP boat, kind of, or what is it called? What are the little combat? Yeah, CP, combat patrol boats, and then you can have it with the laser designator and just kind of zoom along, make it like a hover or a hydrofoil, so it's pretty bouncy, shall we say, so it can dodge a lot of fire, but it target paints for your cruise missiles pretty much. That's pretty cool. PT. That's what I'm thinking of.
Winches. Winches are used in conjunction with harpoons or cable-on missiles to pull in a craft that gets struck by the missile. Winches are placed on the launch pad of the missile, similar to ejectors, and can be configured by highlighting them and pressing Q. You can adjust how much power is used for pulling, the minimum distance you want to pull the target to, and a few more options.
Okay. I don't think we're going to use
Lua
harpoons, but...
transceiver. The Lua transceiver is an advanced block that connects to the launch pad of the missile. It corresponds with the Lua box, and also requires the Lua receiver to be on the missile that the transceiver is connected to. Once connected, you can utilize Lua coding for special behavior of missiles. If you are unable to code for Lua, or unable to obtain coding for missile behaviors, you can safely ignore this block.
Okay.
Wireless transmitter receiver. Much like the AI system, missiles have their own wireless transmitter receivers to connect distant missile systems to one controller without
Nice.
using a long network of connectors or multiple controllers. Simply set the channel on the transmitter, then set it on the receiver to connect it. Any blocks connected with the receiver will then respond to that controller and its parameters. Remember your ammo. As mentioned in the beginning, missiles require a hefty amount of ammo to sustain. Make sure you have sufficient ammo storage and generation to cover the costs.
250 materials extracted as ammo per minute. Huh. Each missile's 12 materials. That can add up. Cram cannon.
Overview. The cram cannon is a potent type of cannon that can deliver large shells capable of high amounts of damage. They use pellets to pack the shell, which can be further increased by payload compactors. Cram cannons are versatile in the type of damage they do, but they have a long reload time, and the shells are not fast, which makes them weaker against fast targets. However, they can devastate slower targets with a glorious explosion.
Glorious.
This guide will go over the basics to build a cram cannon.
Alright.
Firing piece. The firing piece is the main block of the cram cannon. It is vital in the creation of a cram cannon. It lists all the information about the cannon, such as its fire rate, gauge, ammo use, damage, and more. You can press Q on the firing piece to access additional options, such as the minimum packing requirement to fire a shot, the maximum speed of which a shot is fired, and change the firing angle to either fire direct shots or use high-angle mortar shells. Cram cannons set to high angle will have their projectiles benefit from a minor homing capability to help guarantee hits. This is useful for low-speed mortar shells for hitting fortifications or large, slow craft.
That's cool. Like a bombardment ship.
Connectors. Connectors will create the skeleton of your cannon setup. They are vital for the initial placement of gauge increasers and are necessary for connecting the autoloaders. Gauge increasers. Gauge increasers are what make cram shells capable of large size and devastating damage. They increase the shell size to increase packing potential of the shell, but will also reduce the reloading speed. You will need these to create a cannon capable of firing the most powerful shells, but are not required for the general build of a cram cannon. They attach to connectors or to each other. Cram cannons can reach a gauge of 2,000 millimeters.
2,000 millimeters.
It should be noted that there are 6 different types of gauge increasers, some of which only allow connections from specific sides. This can allow for some more complex layouts. A total of 20 gauge increasers are required to maximize the gauge of a cram cannon.
Okay, that's pretty nuts. So these are all the different looks of them.
Barrels. There are multiple barrels which will be explained in detail. The first will be the basic barrel that serves as your go-to barrel to fill in the gaps that the other barrel types do not help with. They help to improve the accuracy of the cannon. There are also heavy barrel variants that are identical in purpose to the regular barrels that are much more durable but are also heavier and more expensive. Recoil suppression barrels. Recoil suppression barrels help to reduce the large amount of recoil that is common in cram cannons. However, they also reduce the speed of the shell that the cannon will fire, so use them only as necessary.
But because it reduces the speed of the shell, you could use those on the bombardment, like the mortar style, to get that shell at a much slower speed, so the homing nature of it has a much higher effect. It makes it less fantastic against speedy aircraft, obviously, but yeah.
Flash suppression barrel. The flash suppression barrel is a powerful barrel that acts as a silencer for the cannon. Shells fired from a cannon with at least one flash suppression barrel will have the shell's detection range reduced to 50% of its original detection range, which will allow shots to more likely get through laser defense systems. On the downside, they slow down the potential speed of the shell. Only one flash suppression barrel is required for its optimal benefits. Using more than one further reduces the shell speed and negatively impacts the cannon's potential.
It would be hilarious to use more than one, though, to make like a... So, side story time. In Warframe, back when they added the mods that could have positives and negatives, there was a grenade launcher called the Torrid that I used a lot. And I got like a minus 166 or something like that, 170 negative projectile speed. And if you shot it, it would just hover in the air and then slowly just go dunk into the ground. And it was the most hilarious thing ever because you could essentially use them like mine layers in the air. because you could shoot them and they'd hover in the air for a given period of time. So you just use them as you're running down a hallway, and they stick to targets and they have like a gas cloud on them. So it was so much fun. So you could it'd be funny to use them like that.
Motor-driven barrels. Motor-driven barrels, also called pivot barrels, increase the rotational speed of the entire cannon barrel. This allows the barrel to reach its firing angle quicker. The more motor-driven barrels there are in proportion to other barrels, the faster the barrel will rotate.
Fair enough.
Elevation barrel. The elevation barrel allows the cram cannon to have more vertical field of fire at the cost of some horizontal field of fire. The elevation barrel is best used for cram cannons that are on turrets, which will nullify the horizontal field of fire penalty. You may use more than one to amplify its effect.
Okay.
Bomb chute. The bomb chute is a special type of barrel that is primarily used for bombers to drop shells onto ships below. Only one bomb chute is used per firing piece, and no other barrels can be added. They greatly reduce the speed of the cram shell, but their accuracy is perfect. There is no recoil, and their field of fire is superb.
Nice.
Packers. Packers are where we get to the good stuff with cram cannons. These are the main connection points for pellet boxes and payload compactors. Packers can also share the same pellet boxes and payload compactors, even if they're from another cannon system. The most efficient setups will maximize the number of packers sharing a minimal amount of pellet boxes. There are two variants of packers, manual and automatic. Automatic packers will orient their position to best attach surrounding pellets, while manual packers must be manually rotated to the preferred direction. There is no long-term advantage of either, but beginners should prefer the automatic packers, while experts will enjoy placing manual packers in their own way.
Nice, okay. So it would choose a direction, pretty much, I see.
Hardener pellets. Now that we've covered all the general necessities for the cannon, let's talk about making the payload of the shell through pellet boxes. Hardener pellets are the first of the pellet types. They improve the armor-piercing value of the fire shell and also improve the shell's health against anti-munition defenses. These pellets are primarily used in kinetic shells or for use within the penetration depth fuse, explained later, to allow other pellet types to deliver their payload into the internals of opposing craft. Pure hardener cram shells are like massive wrecking balls which can pierce the thickest armor. HE pellets. HE pellets, also known as high explosive pellets, give the cram shell an explosive property which can create large explosions upon hitting its target. This allows cram shells to take out large chunks of light armor or a craft's internals with ease.
Yeah, although I think I'd probably, like if I'm having penetration, if I'm making an AP shell, I probably would use fragmentation personally, but I'm not sure. It would be cool that you could make penetration shells with the incendiary and EMP though. That'd be pretty cool.
Frag pellets. Frag pellets imbue the cram shell to spray sharp fragments upon the shell's detonation. These fragments are useful for shredding through lighter armor and damaging internals within. The cone angle in which the fragments travel can be configured in the firing piece. Fragments have an armor-piercing value of 4. EMP pellets.
There you go.
EMP pellets imbue cram shells with EMP damage that will damage electronics of your foes. This includes local weapon controllers, AI components, detection systems, and much more. Incendiary pellets. The last of the pellet types is the incendiary pellet box. Incendiary pellets imbue the cram shell with fuel that sets the area ablaze on impact, which can deal widespread damage, especially to wood.
I want to try doing an incendiary weapon type build too. I think that'd be pretty fun. It's not as great apparently from what I understand about against any of the metal, especially heavy armor, but I think it would be hilarious to just set an entire ship on fire.
Mixing pellets. It is possible to mix the pellets of the cram cannon to gain benefits of each. Do note that mixing pellets will make each type's potential weaken, so balance the mixture appropriately. For example, if you are going for an armor pen high explosive or APHE shell using a penetration depth fuse, if you use too many hardener pellets, your explosion will be weak. On the other hand, if you use too many high explosive pellets, you may not be able to penetrate through armor. Make adjustments until you hit the sweet spot for your needs.
And that'll come with more testing and stuff and experience, probably.
Payload compactors. Payload compactors allow for more pellets to be packed into a shell, increasing its potential damage output. These are mainly useful for cannon systems which are not able to be fired consistently at a target. An example would be a bomber using cram bomb chutes that make long attack runs to deliver high payload shells onto a target. Remember that you can press Q on the firing piece to set the minimum packing rate of a shell before it can be fired. This way, you don't spend an excessive amount of time loading a shell that may not get a chance to be fired.
That's fair.
Fusing box. The fusing box allows you to set various types of fuses for your cram shells, such as timed fuses, inertial fuses, penetration depth fuses, and much more. These are essential for more optimal or niche shells. Certain fuses either require a manual time to be set for them, or they can use a laser targeter, explained next, to have fuses set to a proper time automatically. Adding fuses to shells will make them slightly less durable, but the effects gained from fuses commonly outweigh this minor penalty. Laser targeter. The laser targeter will automatically set the fuse time for shells that require a set time. They do not require line of sight to be effective. You will commonly use these when you have shells using the time from launch fuse. Within the laser targeter, you can have offset timers to make the shell explode a little sooner or later than what the laser targeter would suggest. You can also set a safety distance to ensure a shell goes a certain distance before a timed fuse will explode.
So you don't blow up yourself. Yeah. That's handy.
Interface screen.
Oh.
All of the most important parts of a cram cannon have been discussed, but there are two non-essential blocks to cover which are niche in their purpose. The first of these is the interface screen, which displays information about the cram cannon as if you're looking directly at the firing piece.
Okay.
This can allow convenient analysis of a cannon's condition outside of using build mode.
That's fair.
Predictor. The predictor is an optional asset that will show you the general trail the cram cannon shell will take. This is useful if you're manually firing the cannon, so you can more properly gauge the distance a shell will travel. The AI does not require this piece to function.
Alright. APS heat manual. High explosive anti-tank or high energy anti-tank. Penetration fragmentation. Yeah, air gap armor would suck. Yeah, this is mostly, we've already went over this already. Except explosive reactive armor will stop heat penetration jets completely and be blown up in the process. I haven't seen reactive armor yet. Hesh. High explosive squash head. It's only in the advanced projectile system. Rather than penetrating the armor, it creates a shockwave that goes through all layers of the armor and creates fragmentation on the other side. These fragments made from the armor itself is called spalling. Yeah. I've played War Thunder. Yeah. Placing wood as an inside layer or armor will mean the spalls have a lower armor class than if metal were inside. Hesh fragments released from Hesh are not affected by ERA. Okay. Interesting. Lasers, missiles. Air vehicles. Wing blocks we didn't see, but they mentioned them in the hydrofoil. Ion engines were not mentioned before. I'm assuming those are for space, though. Planes. Oh, like actual planes. Okay, yeah, here we go. Planes are classified as designs using jet engines and wings to fly through the air. They normally reach higher speeds than ships and can be made to fill many roles in the battlefield. This guide will be constructing a basic plane. See, I don't know if it's supposed to have dialogue, but I'll keep reading until it turns on. Planes can take various shapes depending on their role. For this example, we will be building a basic flat alloy foundation. Alloy is lightweight, which helps the plane to fly, but wood is a cheaper alternative. We're going to want to protect the internals of a plane by adding some height to the design. Basic alloy frame will help accomplish this. Shaping the front. By adding slopes to the front of the plane, it will become more aerodynamic and help to increase the top speed and maneuverability. Minimizing drag forces is essential to any fast plane. Using wedge blocks on the nose of a plane is an effective way to help greatly reduce drag while keeping the design symmetrical. Okay. A glass windshield is added for visibility purposes. The nose of the craft can determine what is called the center of drag. Propulsion wants to be built in line with the center of drag for optimal control. The longer the slope blocks, the more aerodynamic they are. Yeah. So you want like the high angle. Now we can seal off the rear of the hull, which will now allow easy placement of jet engines. Time for propulsion. Next, we will add the jet engines. The more jet engines you can maintain with your engine power, the faster your plane will go. It is important that your plane's thrust is equally distributed in relation to the center of drag, otherwise it will constantly fly in an undesirable pattern. Tailplanes will allow the plane to pitch. That's a lot of them. And yaw while it is in motion. They commonly go on the rear of the plane, and their placement should be in line with the center of mass. With all the external parts added outside the wings, let's start working on the internals. To start off, we'll add a small basic fuel engine with some fuel to power our jet engines. If you plan to manually fly a plane, then having a vehicle controller and a chair are essential. They're normally placed near the front where you can see out of the plane, but they can go almost anywhere desired. Now, with the main craft built, it is time to add the wings. These will go on the far side of each craft and provide lift for the plane while it is in motion. The more wings you have, the more lift your plane will have. The accumulation of all wings will create a center of lift for your design. This should be in line with your center of mass for best results, but you may need to move them to get that optimal build. Ailerons allow a plane to roll in order to do rolling turns and are essential on any plane. They are the further they are placed from the horizontal center of the plane, the more powerful they are. Water start. Plane can't get out of the water? No problem. You can add some balloons to the front, which can be controlled by a switch or AI to inflate balloons that can help you get you out of the water and into the air. Nice. Game modes. So, destroy enemy fortresses. There's 8 factions on Nether to destroy. You capture resource zones, expand into enemy territory with fleets of your own design, and find and defeat the enemy fortresses. We talked out of play already, we know that. Same with the map interface. We haven't seen diplomatic or objective interface yet, so I'm not sure. Repairing. Out of play pulled forces can repair each other if you tell them to, which is nice if you got repair tentacles. Yeah. Forces can be duplicated using the button panel of the fleet control interface and map. This allows you to quickly replicate forces to build the fleet. Dead blueprint. Huh. Replenishment we already got. Battles. Battles can be fought. Customizable number of blocks. Oh, okay. So that's just setting minimums and maximums for things. Yeah. Okay. Resource management. Yep. We kind of went over all this in the logistics one already. Spare material, creator, supply, user. Yep. PID manual. So this is a lot of the actual equation math, which we're not going to really have to deal with. Okay, general purpose. And the AI PID. Okay. So that's about it. All right, AI control.
The AI in From the Depths allows for full automation of weapons and navigation on a design that can easily surpass the potential of a manually controlled craft. The greatest conquerors construct fleets of AI-controlled designs. Learning the ins and outs of the AI is essential to the mastery of From the Depths. In this guide, we will go over the basics of the AI and all of its essential parts.
Okay.
The AI mainframe is the core component of any AI system, and it is critical to have at least one. Should an AI-driven design lose all of its AI mainframes, then it will cease to function. Make sure you protect this piece at all costs. You can configure the AI's behavior by pressing Q on it to bring up its menu. There are several options available, and there are parts you can add to expand the potential of the AI. Connectors simply connect the more important AI parts together and connect in a six-way fashion. Connectors may not be required depending on how your AI parts are set up, but they are inexpensive, making them better for short-range connection as opposed to wireless transmission, which is explained later.
Okay.
The AI card slot supports the connection of behavioral cards to expand the potential of your AI. This includes extra navigational behavioral cards, target prioritization, and aim point selection. It connects to the mainframe or AI connectors, and it will support card connections on the left and right.
Alright.
The target prioritization card allows you to configure values that will make your craft more likely to attack targets with higher priority values. For example, it can be configured to target small, fast planes over larger, slower ships. There are many options available to configure, which can be accessed by pressing Q on it.
So you could turn something into like an anti-aircraft ship and have it target specifically smaller air vehicles, that kind of thing, which is pretty cool.
Aim point selection. By default, the AI will aim at a particular block on a design and keep firing at it until it is destroyed and then move on to another block. With the aim point selection card, you can configure the design to change targeted blocks with a set timer and even tell it to specifically target blocks above water, which could be useful for lasers.
Okay. I wonder how specific you can get to that though. I can't view it here, but it'd be interesting if you could say target AI mainframe. Like, I don't know if it can tell exactly where it is, or if it's less distinct.
The additional routine card allows you to add extra navigational options to your AI. This is useful if you need to add specific behaviors such as water start for a plane, or to create changing behaviors that can be controlled via ACBs or breadboard. You can add as many behavioral cards as needed.
Okay.
There are a few pre-configured plug-and-play behavioral cards available that allow easy setup of an AI's movement pattern. Beginners to the AI are recommended to take a look at these if you are having trouble configuring a more advanced behavior. Wireless transmitter. Now that we've gone over all the different AI cards, let's talk about how the AI can communicate to various other AI parts. The wireless transmitter allows you to set the channel that will communicate with wireless receivers that are on the same channel. It must be connected to the AI either directly or attached to a connector that is connected to the AI. The transmitter is useful to communicate with various scattered systems on your design that have wireless receivers.
So you definitely want to build an AI mainframe like in your superstructure if you have that of a ship. And then you would use the transmitters to actually be able to transmit to your turrets and things like that. It's my assumption.
The wireless receiver communicates with a wireless transmitter that is on the same channel. It can be placed anywhere on a craft that is connected with other AI parts as long as there is a wireless transmitter to communicate with. Local weapon controllers are essential to control the weapons on an AI-driven craft. They control all weapons that are within 2 straight blocks on an axis. They must be connected to the AI either directly to the mainframe with connectors or with a wireless receiver. They can be configured by pressing Q on them to adjust settings such as firing at targets only within a certain range, required size and/or specific altitude.
So obviously your lasers, you probably don't want firing under the water. So you'd probably set minimums and maximums for that kind of thing.
This diagram shows all the possible
goodness.
locations for weapons that a local weapon controller can control
That's
if
hilarious.
it's connected to an AI. If a local weapon controller is placed in an acceptable location around a turret block, it will control the turret and all of the weapons on it at the same time.
Okay.
The failsafe is an attachment to the local weapon controller that allows you to set some parameters that the weapon will check before firing. If the parent craft or a friendly craft, if configured, is in the way of the firing path, the weapon will not fire until the path is clear.
Okay, so this is a way to also help and make sure you don't fire and hit yourself if you have like a turret. That's like, if you have your hull and the turret's beside it, you don't want it firing down into your own hull. So I'm assuming it's not just, it's friendly overall, so it includes the same craft.
The Anti-Missile Cannon Controller, AMCC, is a special weapon controller that is designed to control turreted weapons to aim at missiles in a defensive fashion in order to destroy them and protect the craft. It has a high variety of configurations and its effectiveness is based on the weapon it's controlling. It is designed to work with APS lasers and missile interceptors. The AMCC will not control weapons that are not on a turret.
Okay, so it has to be a turreted weapon.
Detection. The AI is also used to control detection such as radars, sonars, and missile warners. To do this, they require general processing cards. Both detection and processing cards must connect to the AI through direct or wireless transmission. Please see the detection guide for details on the various parts for detection.
Alright. Manual. Done this. Yep. Range, bearing. Cameras have the highest bearing accuracy. Lasers, radars, and sonars and coincidence rangefinders are good for range. Position. Sonar detects below waters but alerts enemies. Oh, so there is passive sonar detection too. Okay. Filtering, estimation. Okay. Detection equipment. This tutorial will show you how to place a working detection system to allow the AI to properly target and predict enemy vehicles. The aim of a detection system is to optimize the AI's detection and target prediction to suit your needs. It all starts with an AI mainframe, which is already placed for you. All detection equipment requires a mainframe connection. We will start by placing a wireless receiver on the AI connectors that will be used for detection equipment. I've marked the locations in green. Alright. So we're going to head into inventory. AI. Wireless transmitters. Oh no, we need the receiver. Place a wireless receiver on each of the AI connectors on the exterior of the boat. Wait, is it not here? Oh, it wants it. Wait, what? Place a wireless receiver on each of the AI connections around the exterior of the boat. Hold on, am I missing something? Does it want them, like, on the angle? Nope. Am I blind? I am probably blind. So it wants one there. It doesn't want one here. Why won't it let me place it here? Does it want me to put it on the side? Oh, I see. Never mind, I don't see. It says it's marked them in green. I've placed a wireless receiver on each of the AI connectors around the exterior. Yeah. I would assume it's this. Unless it needs to rotate. No. Why are you not placeable? Oh, this one already has one connected to it here. That's weird. Oh, I know why. Hold on a sec. There we go. We were connected to the gun turret. Still. That's why. I was very confused there for a moment. Alright, detection equipment comes in several varieties, each of their own have their own advantages and disadvantages. They all require line of sight to detect a target as well as units of general purpose processing power to run at peak efficiency. We will now place general purposing processing cards into the AI connectors. Okay. I believe that's in here. Place 8. Okay. I guess I could just rotate this, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, so let's start off with a infrared detection equipment can detect and track hot objects. We will start off with the IR camera 360 degree, as it has a greater detection arc than the IR camera 90. It can make the initial detection of a target unlike the gimbal tracker. Okay. So we're going to do detection. IR camera 360. Wait, IR camera? IR camera 360. Here we go. Oops. Okay. Oh, I guess I should have moved this onto the other one. Other side there. Hold on. And we want to put the receiver back on here. Probably here. And with a thing like that. Oh, there we go. That worked. Wait, is it saying choose radar? Ah. IR camera 3. Oh, okay, that's a bug. That's a text bug. Alright. Nice. The optical camera detection equipment can detect and track objects by sight. We use a camera 360 has a greater detection arc than the 90. Alright, camera 360. I guess we just put that on here as well. Oh, that's upside down. There we go. Then we put the wireless receiver back on here. Let's get this ahead of time, so I'm gonna have to do on this one. Now it's firing at the target with 0 heat signature. The sonar detection equipment can track and detect underwater targets. So that's the sonar detection, which is underwater here. Rotate this way. There we go. The turret is will now start firing at the underwater target. I don't see the underwater one, but okay. The rangefinder detection equipment is used quite effectively. Oh my goodness. I gotta go away from the turret here, it's distracting me. It can be used quite effectively with turrets to enhance their targeting prediction. For now, we will use the rangefinder 5M and place it on the yellow IAI connection on the top of the cannon turret. Okay. 5 meter. Why is it facing the wrong way? Oh, I have to go into the build menu for the turret, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Yep, that's why. It now has better aiming for the above water targets now, if they are still alive. In time, you will find the combinations and placements of blocks that will maximize detection in a range of different targets while keeping your own detectability to a minimum. Note that while the gimbal tracker provides enhanced detection of a single target, they cannot make the initial detection and thus rely on at least one other detector to begin tracking. Okay. Detection equipment may be tuned by pressing Q while mousing over any of the detector blocks. Very nice. Alright. AI detection.
Overview. Detection is essential for AI designs to be able to accurately aim at enemies. There are various blocks to do this, each with their own pros and cons. Most of them require clear line of sight to function, and all of them will need to be connected to the AI in some manner. This guide will go over the basics of this system as a whole. By default, built-in worlds have an automatic detection accuracy of 0.1, meaning that the AI is never truly blind to enemy presence. For newer players who want to build and test without needing detection, you can adjust and override the automatic detection accuracy slider in the configuration tab of the options menu.
Interesting.
General Purpose Processing Card. All forms of detection rely on General Purpose Processing Power, or GPPP for short. General Purpose Processing Cards increase this value by 1 per card and are essential to having sufficient detection options on a craft. They connect to the AI system primarily on connectors. Designs with several detection components will need a lot of processing power, so prepare plenty of room for these. For reference, most detection pieces use 1 to 3 processing power. Insufficient processing power will decrease detection rate, leading to inaccuracy.
Okay, so like if we want a minimum of 4, you're looking at probably between 9 and 12 processing power needed. Because if you want the IR, the camera, the sonar, and the camera.
Visual camera. There are 2 types of detection, which are active and passive. First, we'll review the active detection systems that actively seek targets, starting with the visual camera. It's the most universal of the detection components, being able to detect craft on and above water based on their surface area and orientation, but cannot see underwater. It provides excellent angular bearing accuracy, but poor range estimations. Visual cameras are less effective at night, and smoke can also impede their effectiveness.
Okay.
Visual cameras require clear line of sight, but they can still see through glass, portholes, and railings, allowing them to be better protected. They must be above water to function. Visual detection enables the target clusters of blocks option in the aim point selection card. Visual detection enables the target clusters of blocks option in the aim point selection card. Most active detection systems have 2 variants. One which only sees in front of it, 90 degrees, and another that can see all around it, 360 degrees. While the former is limited in its field of view, it uses less processing power and provides more accurate readings.
Okay, so if you had a ship that you wanted more accurate readings for whatever gun you were using, you'd probably put a 90 degree on each angle, like each face. But the 360 does a decent job, so.
Active radar. Active radar is another common form of detection. Just like the visual camera, it is able to detect craft on and above the water based on their surface area, but not underwater. In contrast, it provides a much better range-bearing accuracy at the cost of a little angular bearing accuracy.
Okay.
The active radar is a great universal form of detection, as it's not affected by the day-night cycle. But craft using chaff emitters can't accurately be tracked by a radar, and some materials such as alloy are harder to detect.
Okay.
Radar detection enables the target clusters of blocks option in the aim point selection card. The radar cannot see through glass, portholes, or railings, unlike visual cameras. It must be above water to function.
Right.
IR camera. IR camera is great for detecting craft using hot blocks such as jet engines. This makes it much more effective at seeing most small aircraft compared to other active detection, though any craft that barely uses engines, such as sail ships, can avoid being seen by an IR camera. It's similar to visual cameras in terms of the angular and range-bearing accuracies. IR detection enables the Target Hot Blocks option on the aim point selection card. Unlike visual cameras, the IR camera cannot see through glass, portholes, or railings. It must be above water to function.
Okay.
Active sonar. The active sonar uses pulses of sound to detect underwater craft, such as submarines, and is one of the only forms of detection that works underwater. It has both great angular and range-bearing accuracies, and is more effective at seeing larger craft with rough metal exteriors. It requires clear line of sight and must be underwater to function. Sonar detection enables the Target Clusters of Blocks option in the aim point selection card.
So if you're using a submarine, though, none of these other than sonar will work underwater, so it's going to be pretty hard for you to hit air targets, I guess? Unless there's something in the missile itself that allows its own custom identification.
Rangefinder. The rangefinder is a large detection block featuring visual cameras on its ends. It has superb angular and range-bearing accuracies, which are further improved by the wider variants. Due to its shaping and restriction to only seeing forwards, it's commonly added onto gun turrets. Much like visual cameras, it requires clear line of sight, but can see through glass, portholes, and railings. Only the ends of the rangefinder, where the cameras are at, will need this clearance. Since the rangefinder works similarly to the visual camera, it is less effective at night, and is disrupted by smoke. It will not work underwater. There is both a basic and an armored form of the rangefinder. The basic one has more connection points for other blocks, while the armored one is more durable and expensive.
The other thing I'm thinking of too, for if we're doing a spacecraft, we would need something to see underwater targets. So if we can't use sonar, we might need to make like magnetic mines or something similar. Something like that. That can find the submarine on its own.
Trackers. Trackers rely on other detection equipment to find targets, at which point they track those targets and provide accurate detection readings on them. There are several types of trackers based on other active detection systems, each with their pros and cons.
Okay.
The only standout tracker that lacks an active detection counterpart is a laser rangefinder tracker, which uses a laser to track a detected target. It can see through glass, portholes, and railings, similar to visual cameras. As it uses a laser, smoke will disrupt them.
Okay.
None of the trackers will work underwater. Radar or sonar buoy holder. The last form of active
there you
detection
go.
is through radar and sonar buoys. These allow the use of radar or sonar buoy modules on missiles, which are deployable forms of detection. For example, a submarine, which normally can't
there
detect
you go.
aircraft due to only sonar working underwater, can deploy a radar buoy, which will then float to the surface and serve as a radar, allowing the submarine to detect it. This works in the opposite way by allowing aircraft to deploy sonar buoys to detect submarines. A craft can only deploy as many missile buoys as there are buoy holders. If you only have one radar buoy holder, you can only fire one missile with a radar buoy at a time.
Makes sense.
Retroreflective sensor. With the active detection systems covered, let's move on to the passive types, which are more covert in functionality and rely on finding enemies based on their own equipment and behavior. The retroreflection sensor uses an invisible laser to locate enemy optical components such as visual cameras, but not IR cameras, and provides detection on those craft with good accuracy. The enemy cannot see this laser, allowing stealthy detection of a craft as long as it can see their visual cameras. The retroreflection system even works through glass, portholes, and railings, but does not work underwater.
Okay.
Passive radar. The passive radar listens for enemy active radars and provides detections on those craft with fairly good overall accuracy. It also effectively detects radar seeker missiles and radar buoys for defensive systems to destroy, making it a great choice for large craft that would commonly be targeted for radar missiles. It can see all around itself, so long as there's clear line of sight and it is above water.
Nice.
Passive sonar. The passive sonar listens for sounds underwater, such as opposing active sonars, propellers, and engines, and provides detection on those craft with good overall accuracy. It also effectively detects sonar-guided torpedoes and sonar buoys for defensive systems to destroy. It can see all around itself, so long as there's clear line of sight and it is underwater. Wireless snooper. The last of the passive types of detection is the wireless snooper. It listens for wireless transmissions from enemy craft in order to provide detections on them. This includes communication with AI transmitters, receivers, inter-vehicle transmitters, explained next, and sonar or radar buoys. The greater the distance and number of wireless activities being emitted, the better the snooper can track them. However, its angular and range-bearing accuracies are rather poor, requiring other forms of detection, such as trackers, to improve those readings. The wireless snooper doesn't require line of sight and works both above and underwater,
Oh, wow.
making it great to add to most craft around their AI mainframe as a last resort for detection.
Okay.
Inter-vehicle transmitter. With all passive and active forms of detection covered, there is still one niche block for detection systems altogether, which is the inter-vehicle transmitter. Any craft with this transmitter will share its detection data to allied craft, allowing some designs
So you
to
can
work
make
with
like a
no
super
at all,
detection
as long as
craft.
other crafts send detection information to them.
That's funny.
However, the use of this transmitter will automatically allow an enemy with a wireless snooper to detect the user. ECM signal jammers can also jam the transmitter and prevent it from working at all.
Oh, I didn't know there was ECM. That's cool.
Advanced interface parameters. This final page goes over advanced information about the detection interface. You can press Q on a detection block to bring up a menu that allows you to see how well each detection block is seeing the targeted enemy, and you can also adjust some parameters such as speed, bearing, and range averaging times to fine-tune how the AI aims based on those detections. The default parameters generally work fine, so it's not recommended to adjust these settings until you are well experienced with the inner workings of detection as a whole. If your game configuration has the automatic detection set to 1, this interface is disabled.
Okay. All right. Cram guide. Oh, this is a separate video. Okay. That's fine. We'll do that after. All right. Is there any we missed? We're done. We have acquired our PhD in From the Depths. Now, the trouble is going to be remembering everything once we actually get into play. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly see really quick. What do I have left for time here? Okay. Unfortunately, I have under about 20 minutes left. So what I'm probably going to do is call it here for now. And then we will create the campaign and start next time. So thank you guys for joining me and getting into From the Depths. We completed our PhD today. And we're going to start, we are going to go into single player. We're going to do the campaign. And we're going to be doing quest for Nether. And we are going to be doing it on the higher difficulty. I've been told higher difficulty is fun. It is very difficult though. But I definitely would do it. And designer mode, yes. So people have mentioned designer mode's good for popping in and out from the campaign section to work on building ships, then saving the blueprints and then coming back in. So we will be doing that for sure. I have no idea how starting materials work or resource gain, things like that. So that is something we're gonna test out for sure. I'm trying to do it as blind as possible other than the videos and stuff that I've seen prior. So yeah. So we'll be doing that maybe tomorrow actually. I might do that tomorrow. But yeah. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out. And see you guys next time. Well, we'll say bye to YouTube first. Thank you again for joining us. Again, this is the first entry we did in our PhD approval from the depths. And we'll see you next time.